Go straight to listen to the manifesto of NK in team. Let's see if he also joins the free bandwagon.
University staff present, candidates of various portfolios present, friends and loved ones of the Intim Fraternity, college students, good afternoon. I'm in the person of Inti Amwakwa in team, fondly known as NK in team.
In my manifesto, I outlined a vision for inclusive and an altruistic local news for a rapid development and growth. As we zero in on innovation, sustainability, and student welfare, I'm confident to the bone that together we can achieve greatness and make our institution a beacon of excellence.
The production team will work on to bring the full video of NK in team. Kindly pardon us for that. So Cora, I know it's going to be difficult, but we've seen some of the provisional results, and well, it doesn't look good for some. For others, it looks good, and for others, the race seems to be quite a tight one for them. Okay, so we gave you that one from ATL Hall. Maybe I could just run you through the entire provisional results from ATL Hall. And okay, all right. So a total number of votes is 3,250, and these are the results. J Hope had 405, NK in Team 568, Cover Ghana had 334, and Kudus had 9 votes. For local Nooks, Primo had 845, Anderson 478, and for the PRO, Jude had 418, then 399. Well, Agenda and Prof, we didn't get, I think from ATL they didn't get a vote. We come to the WUCOM. Joycelyn had 627 and Rahina had 709. For the SRC Treasurer, Meridew had 598. Meridew is from ATL Hall, and Dibala had 270. For sports in ATL, Sadiq had 502, and Lovia had 821. For the secretary, according to the provisional results I have here, which is not surprising though, because that's the home ground of Nanajwa. She's from ATL Hall. She had 1,093, and Mimi had 249 votes. The coordinating secretary, Miss Penny, pulled 691, and Miss Jenny pulled 631, bringing the total number of voters to 3,250. Yeah. So as I was saying, if this is something to go by, it means that Cover Ghana lost at home.
Yes.
Cover Ghana lost at home. But what does this say about this year's elections to you when you're looking at this?
It doesn't necessarily mean that your home might be your stronghold. It means maybe there are other places you might dominate there. You might dominate, but your stronghold might not be your home. It's quite. I don't know if it's disappointing. On the side of those who won it there, it's not disappointing to them. But I think for someone who is not an affiliate of a particular hall to pull impressive number of votes, it's insane. That's beautiful. And I'm seeing, from what I'm seeing, NK team had 568 votes and J Hope had 405, even beating an actual affiliate of the hall. That's impressive. That's really impressive. And Kudos had 9. Okay, so from 568 to 9, looking at the age, the difference is very wide. That's over 550 votes. Looking at the person who won in ATL, from looking at NK in teams, voter turnout, and then Kudos, the scores he had, what he had, 9.
Yes.
I don't
So
want to say too much, but 9.
last year when he vied for the
Yes.
SRC Sports Secretary, he went on the post.
Yes, that was why he well, I can't say that, but he won. He was able to. Oh, but
But on the ground, talking to
aye.
some people were like, Kudus should have just continued the good legacy he left as a sports secretary and tried
Mm,
to build upon it, and that he had no business trying to be the SRC president. I mean, these were some reports on the ground that, or some speculations that people were saying about
mm,
Kudus, that Kudus didn't stand a chance, and that it was going to be a two-horse race, and perhaps Team Cover Ghana could be the dark horse. But from the little result that I've trickled in,
mm.
a provisional result that I've trickled in, it seems Cover Ghana couldn't be that dark horse we're expecting him to be. The race was definitely between just these two, NK team and J Hope.
Yes, yeah, lots of tractions on these two candidates. Um, J Hope's numbers here are encouraging, and so as NK team. Even though there's like a gap, I think over 100 votes gap. I think the number is still, but just for one particular hall. So it's also a result we can't stand by because it hasn't been officially declared by the EC. But I think from what I'm seeing, these results are very encouraging for J Hope and NK team. It gets dicey. Like in the other halls, what are they going to get? But that's very impressive. And these people have also been in positions. They've been in like strong positions. So it's they have their strongholds like at certain places. So let's get to see where the votes will come from. I'm quite hopeful. I don't want to say I have a favorite. I don't have a favorite.
Are you sure you don't have a favorite?
I didn't vote. I wish I voted, but I didn't vote. Like, as you can see, maybe the viewers not believe me, but yes,
Yes, you didn't vote, but in your
yes.
heart, we all know you have your favorite.
I don't have a favorite.
It is a
If I
huge.
had a
Uh-huh.
favorite, I would vote. Don't you think? I would. I
Maybe,
don't.
maybe duties took you away.
Oh no. Honestly, well, let's just say that I was in heels when I was on ground, and then like there was a lot of chaos. Like I really wasn't ready for
Anyway,
that, but I would
um,
have voted.
we've been joined on the line by one of our reporters, Nanajwa. Hello, Nanajwa. Good evening.
Evening.
Thanks for joining us once again. I know it's been a tough one from morning till now. Yes. So, Nanajwa, kindly run us through which halls have you been through? Have you been to, and what's the situation like?
Please, I've been to additional. Unfortunately, when I got here, the officials have already closed. They said they closed 2 hours ago. But then about this year, the election, how it's going.
But were you able to get some results? Usually when they mention it, it appears on the screen. People will take lots of screenshots. Were you able to get some of these screenshots?
Yeah, I think for the CRC, for the presidency team, and one for the presidency, Papa one for the library chairperson, secondly for treasurer, um, welfare coach Adewa, secretary Bella, sports patients, SRC rep one Gapu, and SRC rep two Bridget. That's the information I was able to gather so far.
But so then that means that you couldn't get any results for
Concerning
the
the
SRC
SRC,
presidential race.
I couldn't go into the
Okay, so I'll leave you. Apart from Adeshe, did he have the opportunity to go to any of the other halls?
go into a bar hall, and they were also closed. The officials were also closed. Yes.
Come again. I didn't hear what you said. The last
I
part.
think we were able to go to Omaha.
Uh huh.
Yeah, and from Omaha to they were already closed. The election of is already closed. So that was
Nanadra, I'm struggling to hear you. So do you know what we'll do?
okay.
Kindly try and reposition yourself, and then we'll get back to you later.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that was our reporter, Nana Joa. She's a communication studies student here at the University of Cape Coast, and she's been supporting us to do this coverage. We started in the morning, and she still hasn't had some rest yet. So, Nana Joa, kindly reposition, and then we'll get back to you. Yes, so I think we couldn't really get much from addition in terms of the SRC presidential race. That was the JCRC level. Yes, I don't know if you'd want to give a quick comment on that.
Hmm.
Since you are from Adeshe Hall.
Yeah, I really like Adeshoho. I'm from Ogwaholo.
Oh,
Just
okay,
that
okay, 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 okay,
just
okay,
that
okay,
I
yeah.
like Adeshoho. I have a friend there, a
Oh,
close
okay.
friend. Yeah, so Lodina might be watching this, so I'll say hi to Lodina. She's the reason why I went there. She's the EC chair.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so
Yeah.
I went there because of Lodina. So um I don't know if maybe the campaign they did it didn't stick well with the affiliates of
Or
Adeshoho.
they couldn't promise them juicy things.
Yes, maybe they should have. What could be juicier than what they said? I think their promises are. They speak to everybody, whether a girl or a guy. It speaks to everybody. So far as you're a student, you would want 20 gig for yourself. You would want 10 gig with maybe improved bandwidth for yourself. So with what kind of promises they've made for us, I think I'm kind of fixated on the internet bundle. I don't know. I think yeah.
But I see, I've listened to many of these aspirants.
Mm.
I've also done my own checks. Internet connectivity
Yes.
on campus generally
Very
is,
poor.
is very poor,
Yes.
especially at the outside. It's a huge problem.
Yeah.
So the issue is, it's not really about increasing the amount of data you are given. If you have 10 billion gig
Mhm.
worth of data
You can't use it.
and you can't use it,
Yeah.
of what benefit is it?
Yeah.
So I think that rather than just focusing on increasing the bundle, we should look at the bandwidth,
Mhm.
get more APs, and solve that particular situation. Also, until we're able to get more APIs and solve that particular situation, if any candidate promises you even 100 gig of
Mm.
data or internet connect, and then your internet connectivity is poor, that's a challenge. There's nothing as painful as a rich man who has all the money but can't get food to buy.
Mm.
And that's, unfortunately, that's the situation that students of the University of Cape Coast find themselves in. Yes, they get the 10 meg, the 10 gig, 20 gig, but if the connectivity is poor,
Mhm.
how then do you benefit from it? That means it's going to be slow and all that.
But I think J Hope advocated for that increase in bandwidth. He was ready to take up that initiative upon his lead. He talked about increasing the bandwidth, although the gig might still stay around 10 gig, but the data might
Oh,
still stay
he
around.
promised an increase. He also
Yeah.
promised an increase
Yes.
in the gig. He
Yes.
was emphatic.
Yes.
Kavagana, he said between 15 to 20.
Yes.
He said between
Mm,
15
okay.
to 20. Yeah,
Yeah.
so we have one of our reporters who is on the line. Hello, Bright. Good evening. Bright,
Yeah, hello.
can you hear me?
Yes, please.
All right, so Bright, thanks for joining us once again. I
Thank
know
you.
it's been a tough day for
Yes,
all of
it
us
was.
here. Yeah. Which hall were you at, and what transpired?
Okay, please. I was at ATL Hall, and unfortunately, when I got to the venue, they have closed. And I managed to speak to one of the electoral commissioner, Mr. Dr. Yu, and I have some few results with me. So
Okay.
for the SRC presidential, NK team won with 568 votes, making it 17.5%.
We are
Then
listening.
when we move to the JCRC, I think Team Ramadan also won the election.
Okay, so
I don't.
let's stay. Bright, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
All right, so let's stay with the SRC presidential race. Run us through all the results we had for the presidential race.
Okay, for the results, so for Kaba Ghana, they had 36, no, sorry, 364 votes, making it 11.2%. Then for Kudus also had 9 votes, making it 0.3%. Then the NK team had 586 votes, making it 17.5%. Then the Hope also had 67 votes, making it 12.5% votes.
Come again. It said Jehope had how many votes?
Jeho had 267.
Two
Please, can
six
you hear
seven.
me?
So Jehope
Yes,
had two
making it
six seven.
12.5% votes.
Okay. So Jehope had 267.
7.
Okay. And then
So when we,
in team had five
Inti
six
had
eight.
568 votes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. But apart from ATL Hall, did you get any other result from any of the halls?
Yes, please. We had results from Ogwa,
Okay.
but unfortunately, we couldn't get the actual figures of the hall. We were able to talk to one of the agents who told us that she can't recall the figures, but she could only mention the name of the winners.
Okay. You mentioned the name of the winner, and try as much as possible and see if within the next few minutes you can get us the figures for the provisional results.
Okay. So for the SRC presidential, the Hope won with 936 votes. And Mimi for the general SRC secretary also won. Then
Oh, okay.
Miss Speedy for the SRC treasurer also won. Then Jude won for local notes. Then Mr. Saka also won. So these are the information we had from them.
Okay. All right. We'll call you back, but try and see if you can get the figures for NK in team as well. From the results, provisional result that we received from the other horse and other sources, it seems it's a two-horse race once again against someone from the School of Medical Sciences and then a candidate from the Faculty of Law. So our audience, I'm sure, are keenly interested in that particular two-horse race, and I would be grateful if you could get us these figures. So we'll leave you
All
to
right.
try and work on the figures, and then we'll get back to
Okay.
you.
All right. I'll definitely work on that and get back to you.
All right. So we heard from
Okay.
our reporter, Bright Akolache, from that particular conversation. So we have NK in Teams manifesto ready, and we can go and listen to that. But before we listen to that, interesting. So you see, in ATL, their number is not as huge as that of
Ogwa Hall.
Okwaho.
I was about to say that.
So that makes a difference. It cancels some parts and then gives someone a lead somewhere.
Yes. Even looking at the voter turnout, Ogwa Hall, 900. Over 900 people came out to vote for J Hope. Then I don't know if we are going by that figure, but that's a huge number of people who came to vote. And I think maybe it's because J Hope is from Ogbahol,
Oh,
so
okay.
that also counts. That's a stronghold. Maybe, and affiliates of Ogbahol have just, well, I'm an affiliate, so maybe there's something called solidarity, and we stand by it. So um, that is the reason why he won massively at Ogbahol. It's his
But
fault.
we don't know as it stands now whether NK team's votes were a bit closer. But we've been joined on the line by one of our reporters, Rachel. Rachel is reporting from KNH Hall. Rachel, good evening once again. I know it's been a tiring day, but we'd love to hear you speak louder.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. I love the energy now. Rachel, so I know you're reporting from KNH, right?
Yeah, we are. I'm standing at Valco Hall.
Okay, you're now at Vaco Hall Forecourt.
Yeah.
Okay, so run us through what is the atmosphere like at Vaco Hall? Is it charged? Is it chaos? Is it solemn? What's the atmosphere like?
Okay, when I got to Valco Hall, it was a bit tense, but it got serene when the results were mentioned. So people's favorite candidates got, so they were calm and fine.
Okay, so do you have the provisional result for Vaco Hall, especially the presidential race?
Okay, so for the presidential, MK team got 813 votes for Valco, and then J Hope got 719 votes.
That's quite close. What about Kavagana and then Kudus and
Okay,
okay, so just the four of them. So Kavagana and Tim Kudus.
okay. So Havagana got 35 votes. Havagana, he got 35 votes.
And then Tim Kudus,
We couldn't get his exact
his
figure
exact figure.
because it
Okay.
was very noisy in there.
Okay. Now, what about KNH Hall?
Okay, for KNH Hall, um, NK Team won at KNH Hall. He got 1,516 votes.
And then J Hope. Rachel, we are losing you. I don't know
Please,
if. Okay. Uh huh. Yeah. So J Hope, you said NK team.
okay,
NK team
J
had how
Hope
many votes?
J Hope got 479 votes.
479 votes. J
Yes,
Hope. Okay. And then NK team had 1,000 and how many votes?
NK team had 1,516 votes.
1,516 votes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so
And then
much.
Havagana got 95 votes.
95 votes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So thank you so much, Rachel Labi, for giving us. We'll call you back later. Try and see if you can get other results from Casford Hall and Superannuation and SRC as we link up with our other reporters in these halls as well. Thank you so much. Go get some water. We'll give you a call once again.
All right. Thank you.
So we heard from our reporter Rachel Peniel Labi, and she reported from KNH and Vacoho. And from the provisional results that she mentioned, it seems that KNH, NK team um, beats.
Yeah, he's on top of the
Yeah,
leaderboard.
he's on top of the leaderboard. He
Yeah,
beats how do you call
J
it?
Hope.
J Hope. It's a strong competition between both of them.
A very strong competition, and I want to say something, but it's like Kudus and Cover Ghana. I was rooting for them, but it's like the numbers are not really. I
And
don't
not
know if
really
they.
encouraging.
Yes, like
So is it that their campaign messages didn't go down well with the electorates, or they didn't really appeal to the electorate as such? You know, sometimes to It's not about the message, it's about the charisma. Once again, I make reference to national politics. People voted for the former President Jerry John Rawlings because they said he was a very charismatic person.
Oh, I
Yes.
wasn't there.
You. Oh, sorry,
I'm a
sorry.
Gen Z. Right.
Yes, Kufuor, ex-president Kufuor, um, he didn't really have that charisma that former President Jerry John Rawlings had, but he had this aura around him. So then former President John Dramani Mahama, uh, between 29 or 2010 to 2016, yes, it was said that he had both charisma and aura. Um, Former President Kufuor was said that he also had some, not some, he had charisma, he had this panache, he had this boldness in him.
Oh,
Yes.
oh, okay.
And then,
Oh,
the current president, John Dramani Mahama, as usual, those things would come to play. So, looking at that trajectory, and when you take a look at NK in team and then J Hope, from afar, from afar, they seem to possess that sort of charismatic nature or that charisma within them.
I disagree. I disagree. I think it's based on visibility. Like, who knows you, and what have you done for us to know you? I feel like Kudus. He was, yes, he was a.
Don't you think the elect, once they voted for him last year, people don't know him?
It's not because we voted for you last year. It's because you were the only one.
But he said, "Who knows you?"
We.
So
You see,
automatically we know him.
obviously we know him, but you
Uh-huh.
see, I didn't know he was. To be honest, I didn't know he was running for any SRC presidency candidate.
Was it because
I
he
knew.
was law abiding and he decided not to hang his
No,
paraphernalia and
no.
his flyers all around? No, because listen, the issue was that prior to the manifesto, we had seen other candidates mount their posters and flyers in a very interesting and brilliant way. They didn't say vote for me, they didn't advertise themselves of any sort, but through foundations, through programs, they're organizing seminars through their NGOs and other stuff.
Yeah.
And it was a means of advertisement for them.
Mm-hmm.
But for Kudus, he decided not to do any of those because he felt that if he does so, it is a form of advertisement, it is a form of campaigning. So he chose to be law abiding. Don't you think that has worked or that seems to be working against him?
Well, I don't think that's the best thing to do because all these other candidates talk to what you are saying. Some people were doing a lot of things on the ground or on the on the field, and I think that was what sold them. That was what gave them that ticket to have the numbers they were having. I think they've been doing so well based on the fact that maybe they had a foundation, they were doing so much for the students of UCC. I mean, before, I don't want to say, maybe before I got to even know NK and Team and J Hope, I think they were doing certain things that was giving them the tractions they needed. And if Kudus and Kava Ghana did that along the way, they might have gained the visibility because I'm sure some people. This is how I think it. Okay, so we've been you. I don't know who to vote for. I don't have a favorite, but I keep on seeing someone who is doing like a lot of humanitarian work. He is donating things to the school. Like I tend to be focused on okay, what is he doing? Maybe he's trying to help. Maybe it's PR, but we never know. But I still see the effort that okay, he is actually trying to help. And if these other two candidates did that, maybe the visibility they were looking for, they would have got it. But I think maybe Kudus relaxed because he was the SRC General Secretary. But
Sports secretary.
yes, sports secretary. But elections day, it's you
It has
can
a
never
different dynamic.
tell.
But
Yes.
Kava Ghana, I know for a certainty that he also made some donations, especially during last 2 weeks downpour. Well, we've been joined on the line by our reporter
Okay.
once again, Rachel. Rachel, can you hear
Yes,
me?
yes, please, I can hear you.
Okay, so I hear some people are in various degrees of moods, and they'd want to share this mood on air. So let's see if we can get some few people to talk to express how they are feeling after the provisional results have been mentioned.
Okay. So I have with me some two fine gentlemen here, so I'll take their views on that.
All
So
right, so
please
let's
your
hear from them.
okay. Please your name.
Set.
Said. Okay. So please, which like candidates were you rooting for and who was your favorite? J-Hope. Why J-Hope?
Oh, his policy, his policy. So I want him to win.
So throughout the voting process, how has the experience been so
Well,
far?
it's not easy. Yeah, in a queue waiting for your partner to vote for. You still wait for the time to vote. So they are waiting for the final result.
Okay. So when the results were mentioned, how do you feel like? What was your feeling like?
Oh, I didn't
Were you
feel.
disappointed?
Yes, because the Vaco for the I didn't vote because the lady is from Vaco. I didn't vote for. Yeah, yeah, it's from Vaco.
J-Hope's vice is from
Like,
Valpo.
yes, but you lose. You
Oh,
lose,
she
yes.
lost.
Yeah, you lost.
Okay. So you think the Valpo holders didn't vote for J-Hope? They were not fair to him?
Yes, yes, they were not fair to him.
Better luck next time.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time. So I have with me another gentleman. Your name?
Felix.
Felix.
Yeah.
So Felix, how what were your expectations for the like elections when you came?
Oh, for me, I just want the work to win the nation. That's all.
So yeah, Jehovah fan.
And maybe.
And me too.
Yeah.
Okay. So when the results were mentioned, how was the feeling like?
Oh, the results is not out yet. We are just waiting for results to
No,
come
the
out.
provisional results for Balfour.
Oh, for the balconies, I don't actually know the contestants very much. Just that I just come to feel like a spectator. I just come to watch it. So for the SLC and the SLC secretary, that's why it's my concern. That's why I came with.
Okay. So can you
Oh, yeah, which one are you from?
which
I'm
hall?
from Baku.
You're a Balfour
But
hall
I'm
athlete.
I'm continuous student. That's why I don't know them. This years. Yeah.
Okay. So what was your experience throughout the
Oh,
electoral process?
it was not easy. At the first, after class, I came to join it to a long queue before I was able to vote. It was so stressful, and I think they should let us vote online through our portal and this time. It will be easy for us than to come and follow a long queue. It's something stressful.
Thank you very much for your views. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Rachel.
Yes, please.
Um, it's interesting. I don't know how what you think
It's very
about
interesting.
what you think about the situation, because we're all expecting that once how do you call it, Yaira comes from Valco Hall, then it is expected that I mean J Hope wins
Yes.
massively within that hall. But unfortunately, it didn't go that. I don't know from the ground. What do you think probably accounted for that?
Okay, from the grounds, many of them were rooting for NK in team. Yes, many of them were rooting for NK in team, and then J Hope too, he had like fans rooting for him. But I think it all depended on the voters because the voters knew who they wanted to be their next SRC UTC SRC president. So they were trying to convince the voters to vote for J Hope, but they had NK team in mind.
Oh, okay, okay. And I think that does it. So, okay, Rachel. So, this is what we'll do. We'll allow you to sip some water. We'll come back to you for more reactions.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So we heard from a reporter, Rachel Peniel Labi, reporting from Vacoho. She was first at KNH, and I heard those sound bites coming from Vacoho. Um, Kura, it's interesting.
Very
It's
interesting.
interesting to lose. So anyway, he's not the first person to lose in his home grounds. Um, Team Kavagana lost at home, and we've seen him also lose at home. His vice lose at home.
Yes.
How painful. So,
Even Kudus was is affiliated to Casford.
yes.
Yes, he lost at home as well.
Oh,
Quite
so that means from the provisional results you received, Goodies also lost at home.
yes, he lost at home. It's quite disappointing, but I thought Casford was all about solidarity, but it seems they had their favorites this time around, so it's quite unfortunate. But yes, I think the race is still tight. We are still waiting for an official declaration, but from what I am seeing, it's clear that NK team might actually win this elections. So beautiful contest.
Yeah, beautiful contest,
Mm.
but it seems to be a very difficult one. KJ encounter between these two. So as I earlier indicated, you can send us your messages on 0275 14 49 49. You can also go on Facebook and on our YouTube page.
Yeah.
Go to the comment section and send your comments there. We'll be reading them for you pretty shortly. So WhatsApp 0275 14 49 49. Same as our SMS shortline. That same number goes for 0275 14 49 49. It's already on your screen. You can share your messages there and we'll read them for you. And also go on our WhatsApp platform and our Facebook and YouTube platform. Nanajua has joined us again. Nanajua, Nana, I can't hear you. I'm still struggling to hear you. Um, okay, so uh, Nanajua, kindly work on your line and we'll get back to you. But remember that this is UCC Decides. We are looking at the journey of these aspirants from day one right now to the election where we're receiving results. These are provisional results, I must say, from reporters on the ground. Nanajua, Nanajua, I'm still struggling to hear you. I don't know. I think the production team are working hard to get Nanajua back
Okay, can you hear me
with us.
now?
Yes, Nanajua, I can hear you now perfectly.
Okay.
Where are you currently?
I'm at Oga.
You're at Oguaho. Okay, so what's happening at Oguaho? What's the mood like over there?
Hello?
Yes, Nanajua, what's the mood at Oguaho currently?
Okay. For now, the place is very quiet because um, they've already announced the results for the election. I think for the HSCRC election. So most of the students have known their candidates who won and those who were not able to win the election.
Okay, so for the presidential race, I think I made mention that let's see if we can get the figure for NK team. Were you able to get the numbers for NK team?
Yeah, 670 votes,
Okay, so 670 votes as against J Hope's 900 and
36 votes.
936 votes.
Yes, please.
Kura, quite close for a home match.
For a home match, it's not close. From
900, 600. At least
okay,
that disparity should have been big. But we'll come back to that. Nana, I don't know if there are some people who are ready to share or express their sentiments to us.
Um, please hold on.
Okay, so while you get your participants ready, we'll also be having some few discussions here until you're ready. I felt well 600 300, not not close, but I mean looking at the fact that he was in his
He was
home,
catching up.
he was catching up. Yes, that's the issue. He was catching up. It's not supposed to be happening.
That's true though. That's true. But I have to know is that people have a favorite. They have a favorite. It doesn't depend on maybe whether you're from Oguaho. I mean, we couldn't say the same for Kava. Is it Kudus Team Kudus? So it says a lot.
But with Tim Kudus, we all agree that Tim Kudus was likely going to struggle. If you picked intel on the ground, it was obvious that Tim Kudus was likely going to struggle. It seems we have someone on the line. Hello, Nanadwa. Nanadwa, can you hear me?
Please, I can.
Okay, yes. So Nanadwa, let's go. So whom are we speaking with, and what's he or she saying?
Please, his name is Emmanuel.
Okay, all right. So Emmanuel, how what's the feeling like for you in Oguaho?
Please come again.
Yeah. So what's the feeling like in Oguaho, and for you personally?
Oh, for me, the this year election that went on, I would say some went well, some really went for go well. Sorry, but then the one that didn't go well was to me is this year president because I don't understand why they should disqualify someone a day before election, and it's not that the main candidate is at fault, but then it's a running mate. You understand? And aside that, yes, they've gone ahead with the voting. And I'm hearing something like there's a case or something going on. So then I don't know if they're going to stick with that particular this year presidential result or they're going to conduct another one. I don't know how they're going to do that one. But for the rest, everything went on successfully. Yes.
Oh, okay. I think there was a press release
Yes.
to that effect of what happened yesterday. But I mean, aside that, did your SRC candidate win?
Please come again.
Did your SRC presidential candidate win? And who was that candidate?
For the SLC presidential candidate in Ogba, I think Jehope was leading.
Yeah, but what was it? Was he your man?
As in for me personally,
Yeah, for you personally.
oh, for me, I was in support of NT.
So one man down, one man up. That's your case right now.
And for the Ogawa president, who won?
So for the Guaho president who won, I
but
have a
for
Monkress
the
here who is
for
interested in
Ogba
it.
for president right now, the name we have on board is hello. The name we have on board right now is Boama, but I don't know if they are going to stick to that or they will do something about it because I learned there's some petition and other stuff going on, and that one is coming from the camp of Noble, so I don't know
Oh,
how they're
okay,
going to do
okay,
that.
okay. So I think we'll find out from the Office of the Dean of Students,
Yes, please.
and
Yes,
then
please.
the electoral commission,
Yes, please.
as to what's going to happen next. But
Yes.
thank you so much for making time to talk to us,
All right.
and we wish you all the best. We hope that overall your candidate would win.
Oh, okay.
All right, Nana.
Hobby.
I don't know if there's another person who had two men up and not one man down, one man up.
Is that come again?
Okay, so what I mean is that I hope there's you have another respondent with you.
Network.
Okay, Nana. So
Hello?
I'll allow you to organize yourself, and then we'll get back to you.
Okay.
All right. So that's a reporter on the ground at Ogwa Hall. She's Nanajwa Cordia. She brought that report. One man down, one man up. It didn't go well for him
Yes.
at the SRC presidential level.
Yes,
But
and he seems to have a problem with the
this, yeah,
JCRC elections
yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
yeah, yeah.
He is saying that his favorites, well, not necessarily his favorites, but one candidate was disqualified. Obviously, the communique was released yesterday, and I think that's quite heartbreaking. A day to elections and a communique is just released to disqualify you and your running mate just because maybe your running mate had an E in her portal, and whew, that's quite
Well, I'm trying to
devastating.
see if I can get. Okay, so um,
Mm,
yeah, I've seen the press release.
yes,
Let me just read portions of it.
yes,
So okay, so this is a petition regarding candidate eligibility for upcoming student election. If I had it right, let me see. Yeah, so petition regarding candidate eligibility for upcoming student elections, and so your letter OH/T5. Okay, so let me just move on. Dated 30th of June 2025 on the above subject matter is in reference. At an emergency meeting of the Executive Committee of the 2025-2026 SRC Local News Crasac JCRC held on Tuesday, 1st July 2025, the committee made the following determination based on Article 58 election, section B on eligibility, and this is what that particular article states: that he or she has good standing and having passed all. I think I'm strong. I don't know if it's clear at your end.
yes.
Okay,
All
having passed
courses
all
registered,
courses.
and attained a CGPA of at least 2.5 at the time of contesting for the elections. So the detailed results of Miss Stephanie Photo, the running mate for Mr. John Noble, indicates that she has an outstanding E in the course EVT 246, Methods of Teaching Home Economics. Based on the eligibility criteria quoted above, Ms. Photo do not qualify to contest in the 2025-2026 JCRC elections. Again, since Ms. Photo paired with Mr. John Noble, her disqualification automatically affects Mr. Noble. Hence, the team cannot contest for the 2025-2026 JCRC elections. So the Office of the Dean of Students' Rights to communicate the determination to an advisor. So
Oh,
this was a communique that was released yesterday, July 1st, 2025, disqualifying
Team
Team
Noble.
Noble from running the race of the presidential presidential race, and I think it's disheartening.
Well, but laws are
Very
laws. But the
disheartening.
question people will then be asking is this: um, if one side of the pair doesn't meet the criteria, why should it affect the other pair? That is what people will be saying.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, they're a team.
Yes.
But is there a specific law or article within the statutes that makes it so direct? Because this is inferent that once she doesn't qualify, then it automatically affects it. These are issues of law. Um, we will need uh, clearance and
Yes.
better understanding
Yes.
or explanations on this particular subject
Yes.
before we can run any commentary. So for now, um, I think I wouldn't really make or pass any comments on this particular one because I do not have access to all the facts. But the question then is that was there no so at the JCRC level? I know that vetting is also done at that level.
Yes.
So the question is, how come they didn't
Skip.
see it
Yes.
only for it to appear during the last day? I mean, the night prior to the election
Yes.
day. What happened? Were
I
they sleeping on the job, or her results were not? I mean, her full results were not in, so a determination couldn't be made until
yeah.
that time when they saw it and realized that okay. Now,
This
what
is
if it had delayed and then Team Noble had won and later they saw it?
mhm.
So these are just questions we are asking. We do not. We are still trying to get the full details as to what it is. But I mean, for everyone out there, for every neutral who would want to know or work with the law of justice, you would want to ask, how come the vetting committee didn't see? We're here to speak with the vetting committee for Oguaho. Maybe after we talk to them, then we'll be able to address this issue fully.
Yeah. Yes, most definitely because it was. I think a lot of people. Maybe he had a lot of favorites. I mean, I think maybe a lot of people had him saved as a favorite, and we some people would want to elect him into presidency, and it's quite sad that he couldn't have the chance to to be on the ballot screen a day after. And well, here we are today with maybe Team Buama emerging victorious. So let's just hope that everything goes as planned and we'll get to find more details associated to this communique. So let's just wait and see what the vetting committee for Gaho also gets to say about this particular issue.
Okay, so we move straight to SRC, or where we have one of our reporters over there. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, hello, good evening.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
All right, so kindly run us through. Um, I mean, first of all, what's the mood like in SRC Hall?
The mood here is very exciting. I can see a lot of people here making a lot of cares. But the results are not yet being accumulated. I think they are still making calculations inside, and a lot of people are here making exciting comments. Others too are here relaxing a bit. But I'm trying to find my way into the crowd because of the numbers. They are very huge. So I'm trying to find my way into the crowd so that I can get full access to the figures that will be mentioned.
Do you have a rough idea as to how many voters were expected to come and vote at SRC Hall?
Uh, Currently, no, they haven't made any announcement like that. But I'm sure in any time soon they might be making announcements on the number of people who came here today.
All right, okay. So Benna, you keep tabs as to what is going on before we take leave. But before we take leave of you, I don't know if there are one or two people we could talk to and gauge the mood and temperature at SRC Hall.
Okay, let me look through and then see if I can get some few people to talk to. Um,
Okay, so we'll come back to you while you do so.
okay,
All
okay,
right,
that's fine.
okay. So that's our reporter, Benna,
Okay.
from the SRC Hall. For some of the halls, I think voting just ended. Yeah,
Yes.
I think when we went to
The challenges.
yeah, the
The
challenges this
challenges.
year.
Let's unpack that. I think a lot, a lot. There was
Yeah.
a lot going on. Some people, I think it was a general issue with regards to network, some technical difficulties with regards to network. Others too were saying um, the site's delayed, or I don't know what they have to do. But the whole master for passport suggested that maybe we could have everything set up a day before elections, then we lock the place up, then the next day is open for people to come and vote. Maybe as early as 6:30 a.m. elections could commence. But I think that is also a general concern everybody was facing. So aside that, and maybe the fact that certain polling agents maybe were campaigning in the election room, I think maybe that is not allowed.
Yeah, I
But
think that was also an issue that caught our attention when we were going around. This is
yeah,
TVUC's live coverage, and we are doing a discussion of the election. UCC decides 2025 who wins the presidential race. Is it going to be NK team? Is it going to be Team Cover Ghana? Is it going to be J Hope? Or is it going to be Team Kudus? You can share your thoughts with us on our SMS and WhatsApp platform at 0275 It's live on our page. You can also go on our Facebook and YouTube
Hello.
page as well. Yes, hello, Benna.
Yeah, yeah. Please, I've gotten someone. We can talk to. Yeah,
Okay, all right. Thank you so much,
yeah.
Benna.
So please,
Is it a he
what's your
or a
name?
she?
My name is Rafik Hussein. Okay, can you tell us the mood you are seeing over here?
All right. Right now, the mood is like we are all excited because what we are looking for is what we are getting. You get a thing. Yes, our contestants is winning. So right now we are very happy about what is going on. Yeah, we are very happy. Yes, we are.
So, have you heard of any figures being mentioned? As
No, no, they are not done yet. They are not done yet.
They are not done yet.
They left it some few, but the hints come in.
there is
Yeah,
more here.
yeah, yeah. There's more hill. There's more hill.
And do you think they are still voting or?
Yeah, they are still voting. They are still
voting.
voting. Yeah, they are still voting.
Wow.
They are still voting.
Wow.
They are still
Okay,
voting.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Wow. So SRC voting is currently ongoing at SRC. If I gather from what
Yeah. So I
just
think.
said.
Yeah. So I think
This
the
call will
voting
be
is still
recorded.
going on. So if, as time goes on, I'll give you updates on the number of voters and then the winner over here.
All right. Thank you so much, Benna, and still
You're
keep
welcome.
tabs on what's going on there. It's
yes,
interesting.
yeah, and also I think that is also another challenge. Maybe the students don't come early to vote, and they wait till maybe late in the evening that they start coming. I think that should stop though. Because
Perhaps if during elections the school can have classes break down by 12 p.m.
yeah,
Are these possible suggestions that we can look at? Anyway, that is why the Office of the Dean of Students is always happy that when it's time for elections, TVUCC goes out to find out some of these challenges and some of these things that go on the ground so that it helps them. Elijah,
Yes, yes, sir.
all right, so Elijah, where are you joining us from?
So I'm calling from the front of Kesley Hayford Hall.
Okay. First of all, what's the mood like in Kesley Hilford Hall?
I think people are not really that happy about what's going on. After the mentioning of the provisional results, people are just moving about their daily activities.
That means the atmosphere seems to be quite calm than expected.
Come again, sir.
So that means that the atmosphere seems to be quite calm than expected.
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you have the provisional results ready?
If you aren't able to get it,
Oh, okay. All right. So this is what we'll do. We'll allow you to try and get it from the electoral committee, the electoral commission, and then when you come back, we can have that on the table, and of course we can gauge the temperature by talking to some of the electorates around you.
okay. We have someone here we can talk to.
Okay, all right. So who is he, and what's the mood like for him?
Okay. Please, your name.
Yes. I am Raymond Apreku.
Okay, so you are you a Kesley Hayford caller?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, so Raymond, what level are you in, and what program do you read?
Okay, what level are you in and what program do you read?
I am level 200 student within level technology classes.
Oh, okay. Which candidates were you rooting for, and did it go in your favor?
Okay. First thing, which what candidates were you rooting for at the SRC level?
J-Hope. J-Hope.
J-Hope. Okay. And did J-Hope win according to the provisional results that had been mentioned?
Okay. So he's asking that is J-Hope winning at the provisional results that they just mentioned?
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay. He's saying he didn't win.
Oh, okay. Can you tell us the margin between J-Hope and then NK team, or even if he could just give us a brief idea as to what were the figures between these two?
Okay, as for the margin, I can't tell because I don't really remember the number. You understand? So, but I think it's huge.
With who winning?
NK team
This leading.
now, like you want.
Oh, okay.
All right, okay. So, Elijah, kindly try and get us the figures. We'll come back to you again.
Okay.
All right, okay. So you heard from a reporter reporting live from Kesley Hilford Hall, Elijah Danso, doing that report for us. Yes, so provisional results once again, and it
NK
seems
team.
NK team is
Right.
leading.
Oh, at this point, let's just get up and go home. We should just get up and go home. Because now we now know.
No, these are provisional. Remember?
These are provisional results, but
Yes.
if you have to, analyze what's going on right now, you can clearly tell who is winning. It's a close call, yes, it is, but you can clearly tell. Let's just get up and go home.
Remember that
Yeah.
superannuation is not in. A lot can change at superannuation. A lot can change at SRC. Because these two halls are yet to be announced. And I don't know. I think these two halls too seem to carry one of the largest numbers in terms of students.
We've looked at almost, we've looked at more than majority. We've looked at the majority of the halls, and then we've seen who is leading.
But
Based on that,
it's quite close.
it's quite close, but not that close. We can tell NK team is winning. He is winning. At this point, the EC just needs to just take a microphone and talk, because we know.
At this point, I'm beginning to see deep within your heart.
Oh no, I really didn't have any stance actually. I was very neutral though.
No. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the two of us.
Okay.
All our viewers watching, kindly close your eyes and your ears.
Cut the camera.
She's going to tell us if she has a soft spot for any of the candidates.
Yeah.
Based on that, we can make inferences. So close your eyes and your ears, else she's not going to tell me.
Yeah.
Okay, so our viewers have closed their eyes and their
Yeah.
ears. So did you have a soft spot for any of them?
Yeah, like I was saying, I was very neutral. What were you thinking? Neutral. Very neutral.
No, don't.
I don't have a favorite.
Yes, don't spoil the fun.
Okay.
Don't spoil the fun. Don't spoil the fun. Don't spoil the fun.
Okay.
Don't spoil the fun.
Okay.
Between J-Hope and NK team, whom did you, I mean, should I say suspect? But whom did you hope, anticipate that was going to win?
Ooh, genuinely.
Okay.
I anticipated that NK team was going to, because it was.
Okay, so viewers, you can now open your eyes and your ears.
It got to a point he was doing too much.
You can now open your eyes and your ears.
He was going to win. You could clearly tell he was going to win. He was doing too much at a certain point, so you could tell he was going to win. But J-Hope, I'm sorry. He's a medical student. Maybe he can come back next year, so that yes, he still has some time left. So hopefully he can come back next year. But I think this year NK team has won. A lot has gone into the elections. a lot, and it takes. I realize that it's not just about, you know, waiting. Maybe you announce you're going to run for candidate. I think he started announcing like early last year that he was going to run for
But
presidency.
Tim Caravagana
I,
also
oh, Obi,
announced
like,
announced did
okay,
his declaration of intent
Tim Caravagana.
last year.
Hmm. You see, the thing you have to. It's a groundwork. You have to put in the work. Where is the work?
So you
From
think Tim Caravagana
I
didn't put in
didn't see
enough
the
work?
work. Maybe there was work, but I didn't see. I didn't see the action. Maybe there was action, but I didn't see.
Where
But
were you that you didn't see the
beautiful
action?
efforts, anyways, from all four candidates. Beautiful efforts, and it's quite unfortunate. I won't wait for the EC at this point, you know. I won't wait for the EC. They've done so well. All four candidates did so well, and hopefully I think NK team has won. J-Hope they've tried their best. Cover Ghana, you've tried your best. Come back next year, but you've tried your best. Other we are not even talking about other positions though, like the treasurer, the SRC PRO. I'm going to start with the treasurer. I looking at Let's start with the SRC PRO first, because that is what I think. There's one guy here who was contesting. I had a favorite, but looking at the way things are going, I don't think he would have won. This one I can say, the prof. I had a favorite, which was the prof. He was contesting for SRC PRO. Unfortunately, I don't know what is going on right now, but it seems the battle is between Jude and Dente, and it's not going well for him. But all the same, I really wish he won, and I really wish I voted, if not for um the fact that maybe I was busy and then I was on the field doing some things. But I really wish the prof won. But let's just wait and see. The battle is between Dente and Jude. Yes, and also for sports secretary, I'm seeing, no, for women's commissioner, I was seeing Rahina, and is it Jenny, or yes, she was also contesting for women's commissioner, and I think I was seeing a lot of I was seeing this competition between them, and I hope that something. I hope Rahina wins. I also have a favorite there. I think Rahina is my favorite. And for sports secretary, I was seeing Lovia. Lovia, I really like her aura. I like Lovia's aura, and I hope she
Aura.
wins. Yes,
Okay.
I like her aura. Yeah, I think she's different. She's bold. Yes, that's what I can say about. And a whole lot of positions that people were contesting for. It's not an easy day. Today is a special day for students, and I don't know who attended lectures today, but if you did, then kudos to you, because maybe you came to vote or anything. But that was beautiful turnout too. I think the turnout is very encouraging. I think those who came to vote made encouraging turnouts, and I like what I'm seeing, but I just hope that certain challenges that we've been experiencing for some time now gets to be worked on, because we've been experiencing these challenges for years consecutively. I think it has to stop with regards to the connectivity and connections, and like students coming very late to vote. Maybe I understand, maybe students had lectures and all that, but it has to stop. We have to reach a point where everything is in order. Someone suggested that we have the voting online, and I think it's not a bad idea.
But now how can, yeah, it's not a bad idea,
Yeah.
but do we have what it takes to have a successful online voting, knowing very well that we have issues with internet connectivity?
Well, issues with internet connectivity is a factor, but at least maybe it's a safer bet, because maybe you'll be sitting from the comfort of your home. You have maybe from 9, maybe let's say 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. to vote, and you're just there in the comfort of your home, not doing anything. I think you will take your phone and just say, let me just vote. It's not, maybe it's not going to be a very long procedure, just 5 minutes, you are verified, you get to vote. Because we had our Easter elections last week and we voted online. We had the opportunity to vote online, and that's just my college of education.
Yeah, so,
So
that's
can
just,
be
and
possible.
if I'm not how do I call it, afraid to say, perhaps an infinitesimal part of the university. Looking at the large numbers, the university is boasting of about close to like 70,000 over 40,000, and just a fraction of it. Let's look at it on the larger scale. Do we have what it takes?
I think we have what
Financially,
it
do we
takes.
have that muscle?
Of course, we have what it takes. I
Do
don't
we
know
have
what
the
goes
logistics?
on. I don't know what goes on behind, having a portal to vote through, but I think it's possible. If ISA can do it, although I understand that it's a large population we're talking about, but if ISA can do it, I think if that's just a small student body, a bigger one they have a way of doing it. They can do it.
It is possible.
It
right?
is possible.
Hey, this it is possible.
It is possible.
Okay, so let's
no
go on
pun
YouTube,
intended.
and then we have some few messages
All
in
right.
there. This one says that I'm really happy that this year's, it looks as if this year's elections was not influenced by national politics. Kudos to all who took part in the race. I'm watching live from Pennsylvania. Oh, and it's a very good old PDF.
Hey.
PDF, we miss you. I don't know if the production team can work magic for us. I think it will not be a bad idea having you join us all the way from Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
2 years ago, last year, you were in this particular seat. And this year, you are far away from us in the cold lands of the United States of America. PDF. We say, I think it's a good afternoon by now. Yes, PDF. So PDF, let's link up. I know the production team will work something behind the scenes, and then we can talk to you on phone. But you can still send your messages to us on 0275 14 49 49, 0275 14 49 49. You can also call that same number. It's time for you to call. Call us on 0275 14 49 49 and share your thoughts. Remember that you keep your language decorous, so that this is the university of choice, the University of Cape Coast, where we are number one in everything that's positive. So we can't matter that. 0275 14 49 49. Call and share your thoughts on the discussion that we are having. Who do you think is winning, and why do you think that particular candidate is winning? It's 0275 14 49 49. Do you think Team NK Team is winning, or J Hope will succeed
University
the
staff
normal,
present,
or
candidates of
will
various.
have another person? Well, talking of manifestos, or what will attract you to vote for them, NK Team's manifesto reading is ready. Let's take a listen.
University staff present, candidates of various portfolios present, friends and loved ones of the Intim Fraternity College students, good afternoon. I'm in the person of Inti Kwame Team, fondly known as NK Team, a level 300 law student, an ardent student activist and missionary, youth development enthusiast, deputy chairperson of the National Union of Ghana Student International Relations Committee, deputy attorney general for SRC Hall, and a serial entrepreneur. I'm here with my ever intelligent running mate, Ms. Deborah Jemfroy, affectionately called Debbie, who is a selfless leader who believes in innovation, inclusivity, and currently serves as the JCRC secretary of the Kwame Nkrumah Hall. Together we present to you the Student Manifesto, a manifesto carefully crafted after months of engagement with you and a thorough research. Our manifesto is sectioned in the following thematic areas: academics, welfare, health, security, sanitation, environmental sustainability, accommodation, career advancement, and personal and professional development. University staff present, candidates of various portfolios present, friends and loved ones of the Intim Fraternity College students, good afternoon. I'm in the person of Inti Amwakwamin team, fondly known as NK Intim, a level 300 law student, an ardent student activist and missionary, youth development enthusiast, deputy chairperson of the National Union of Ghana Students International Relations Committee, deputy attorney general for SRC Hall, and a serial entrepreneur. I'm here with my ever intelligent running mate, Ms. Deborah Jemfwa, affectionately called Debbie, who is a selfless leader who believes in innovation, inclusivity, and currently serves as the JCRC secretary of the Kwame Nkrumah Hall. Together we present to you the Student Manifesto, a manifesto carefully crafted after months of engagement with you and a thorough research. Our manifesto is sectioned in the following thematic areas: academics, welfare, health, security, sanitation, environmental sustainability, accommodation, career advancement, and personal and professional development. One on the academic student, which we've termed as the Abe Fontintan, was the internet package. Over months of engaging students, we got to understand that the number one problem that students were facing was the internet connectivity. What did we do? Were we waiting to be voted before we make proactive steps? No. We rather moved to the director of ICT to ascertain the validity and also ascertain the depth of the issue. When we went to him, we understood that, you see these two white things at my back, it's known as the access point. We rather asked, do we have enough? We were told no. We said that when we are given the nod to become the SRC president, we are going to ask to procure more of these APs. If we can procure more of these APs at every point in campus and also increase our bandwidth, which comparing it to KNUST, Legon, and Winneba, which uses 22, 13, and 8 respectively, to UCC that is using 5, then trust me, poor internet connectivity will be a thing of the...
The SRC, in collaboration with the JCRC president, will establish a special library for the students with special needs, and again collaborate with the JCRC and its association to procure laptops which will aid the students with special needs. Again, with early timetable release, all academic timetables will be published at least a week before lectures resume. A flexible course registration, which we believe that students will be allowed to register their courses after paying 50% of their academic fees. Accessibility to course materials. We would also ensure that the course materials are being released in our portals to also help us with our academics. And again, with the final year students or students who are graduating, we would also ensure that our final year students with less than 25% of fees unpaid will be allowed to graduate, after which a clear month of 6 months will be set aside to help them to pay. If they are done paying, for which their certificates will be awarded to them. And again, with maintenance of facilities, this will be done periodically to ensure that our lecture theaters, our projectors, our timetables, our tables, our chairs, our roofings, and even poor ventilation will be a thing of the past.
Prof. Chair, on accommodation, we also made a visit to the Ghana Tourism Board that are in charge of hotels and hostels in Ghana. When we went there, the director made us aware that they are in plans with the university already to see how hostels and accommodations on campus could be regularized. We realized that a lot of hostel managers are charging exorbitant high fees. So if we are given the nod to become the SRC president, one of the things that we are going to enforce is the tenancy agreement. When you read the constitution, we call something the Land Act 1036, which stipulates in the provision that in that provision there is something called the Tenancy Act. If we can regulate this together with management and the hostel managers, I'm sure that poor accommodation and exorbitant high fees and students not being treated fairly will be a thing of the...
With health, we have dubbed a Adisiamu Apomodeng policy, where we are ready to collaborate with the Directorate of University Hospital to ensure that our student ID card will serve as a passage for medical treatment, and again 2 consulting rooms will be set aside for students in order to aid us or students who get to the university hospital to be treated early and fast as well. And again, 2 reps, or we'll collaborate with the JCLC health chairs to get reps for our students who are at the diaspora. Should in case, we are not saying, but should in case any of them feel ill, they can now reach out to these reps to get them the needed treatment they require.
Prof. Chair, we realize that security is an issue. There is something that we are going to establish called the Light Up UCC project. You realize yesterday I intentionally passed from Sasakawa to the Samjona library. There are no lights there, but students study at the lecture theaters, and it's a security issue. We are going to try as much as possible to liaise with management to light up the area. From medical school, when we engaged the medical students, one of their issue was there are no lighting facilities from medical village to the medical, and we are going to make sure that UCC will be lighted up. Prof. Chair, we have something called the food bank policy. The food bank policy, we realize that majority of students getting to the latter part of the semester are not able to fend for themselves. This was done during SK Adote's time, which when he was SRC president. I have engaged him. We've spoken to some of the sponsors, and Prof. Chair, when we are giving the nod to lead as the SRC president, we are going to make sure that students that are in need are going to get the provision where we provide them with the very basic essential needs as well.
Okay, again is the convenience of store at Shatawale, which is Sandwich Lecture Theatre. We believe that when you are studying and you need water or something to keep you going, there should be a mini mart at Shatawale, which we the in team fraternity will ensure that we do something which we call the mini mart to aid us students who are having their lectures at the lecture theatre. And again with the sports section, recognizing the vital role of sports and recreation in students' well-being and campus life, we are committed to expanding sporting and recreational activities across the university. This includes to advocate to making the current sports complex, especially with the football park and AstroTurf.
All right, so Prof. Chair, we realized that with entertainment, once I was here some 10 years ago, the whole week celebration was a time where students could engage, student entrepreneurs could come out, where alumni will come and network for people to understand what they would do after school. And this is what we want to bring back, called the Sankofa policy as well. Prof. Chair,
right,
as I conclude, Prof. Chair, to conclude, our campaign for the SRC presidency is not than just promises. It's about having a purpose, the goal to establish a campus community where each student is empowered. Our firm faith in God, our unflinching support has brought us this far. Vote for confidence. Vote for number 3.
The first time we've had a candidate that didn't join the free bandwagon, and for also a first time, I mean, I think there are a lot of things that we can really talk about.
But we'll talk about that later.
We'll talk about that later.
Yes.
Okay, so let's join our reporter Elijah Danso. Okay. And then we look at that. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about the free thing he mentioned was the fact that students ID
Okay,
cards.
so the reporter is over. Yeah, Elijah.
So,
Okay, so what's the mood at Castle Hayford Hall, or which hall are you in, to be specific?
okay, currently I'm at Casford Hall.
Okay. What's happening over there?
Okay, so basically everywhere is very calm now. Nothing unusual. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't know if there are some few people who would like to talk to us so that we see what the mood over there is like.
Yes, sir. We have some 2 gentlemen here that we can talk to.
All right.
Okay, so with me here is your name. Come again.
Athletics.
All right.
So ask
So
What?
come at your name.
Athletics.
Athanasius.
Yeah, I'll say it.
Oh, okay. So Athanasius, who were you rooting for today's election at the SRC level, SRC president level?
I was receiving for AK team, the team fraternity.
Oh, okay. So basically, how was the voting experience today?
Oh, it was very good, very tight. Although there was a bit frustration inside, but was my expectation. I edged like NK team was going to win. That was my expectation because like his expectation was very high.
Oh, okay. So it was like you were expecting him to win in Casper today
Yes,
and the general elections as well.
sure.
All right. Okay, so when they mentioned the provisional results as Casper, how did you feel today?
Oh, I feel good. I was very happy about that result because it was very, very good as I was expecting.
Oh, okay. So that's one person that we have here who has. Okay, that's one person that we have here.
Okay. Elijah, I don't know if there's another person we can talk to. And secondly, if you've had the opportunity to get the provisional result for us.
The provisional result.
Yeah, NK team.
Okay, so sir, what? Okay, sir, we have been able to get something, but it's only NK in team and J Hope.
Okay, so take us through.
Okay, so with NK in team, he had 808 at Casford.
And J Hope?
Then and J Hope also 440.
Okay, so that's like a 400 margin. Okay, all right. So Elijah, we'll come back to you. So take a rest. We'll get back to you later.
All right, all right.
All right. So there you had it there. I mean, that's our reporter, Elijah Danso at Kesley Hayford Hall. You heard the results. 800 as against 400.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, before I take your reaction on that, let's fly all the way using OB Airwaves to Pennsylvania in the United States of America. PDF Louis Akwesi Bequin has joined us on the line. Good evening, brother.
Good evening, Obi.
Louis Akwesi Bequin. My guy, how's life
Obi, it's been
treating
a
you?
while.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while. I can sense
Oh, yeah.
a little difference in the tonation here. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while. Hey,
Oh,
Minia.
Obi, Obi, don't do this to me. I barely even speak English because there's a Ghanaian community that mostly I spend time with. So often I speak. And surprisingly, when you meet the Ghanaian people here, we always want to speak our local dialect because there are certain conversations that we would want to limit it to ourselves. As I'm talking to you now, we are with our pastor, lady pastor, and of course we're going to have a good moment together. And the conversation purely will be in the local dialect. Will be in Chi. We can say Chi.
Before we come, I know if you've been observing or you've been following, even though you are up there, you are following what's going on down here. Before we get into that, I mean, what's life like over there? Schooling, combining academics and other activities, and staying away from home.
Oh, yeah, by His grace, everything is fine. It's not easy anyway, being away from home, especially from family. The people that sometimes would want to encourage you. Sometimes when you are in need, it's not only the financial thing that mostly we do pay attention to. Somebody to encourage you, somebody to tell you to keep pushing and all that. You wouldn't get that. So it makes it a bit difficult, a bit challenging for you. But at the moment, you get the slightest opportunity to spend time with the Ghanaian community, as I said, you don't joke with it. So that is why this evening, boys, we gathered and we decided to visit that lady pastor and her family so that at least you can have some words of encouragement and all that. So it's not easy anyway being away, but with God on our side, we are already victorious. So we're managing. Yeah.
As you visited your lady pastor, keep on praying for us.
Yes, I would always do that.
PDF, now let's come to the elections. You have followed the XRC, I mean, the campus politics, so to speak, for a very long time. You are going to say when it comes to the landscape of student politics. And I know for some time now that you've been away, you've still been monitoring. Um, what is it like for you? How do you appreciate things now as compared to previously? Do you see any massive change?
Right. Thank you, Obi. In fact, UCC student politics, some days gone, students were pasting these flyers and the posters on the floors, on the grounds, around the trees, and all that. And of course, management had to come in. So starting from that angle, we realized that we always had the influence of the national politics in there. We have people contacting political parties for support. And in doing that, it got to a time that it appeared to be that students were rather competing on monetary values instead of competing on policies. So management had to come in, and I have observed that for quite some time now. 2012, it was very serious. And of course, even in the previous one, we saw that. But I think in this year's election, we didn't see much of that. I was following, particularly the presidential candidate. I didn't see that much. But what was a bit surprising was that I realized that, is it Tim and K? Yes, I realized that he was pulling from the angle of religious perspective. You could see that most of the people following him normally would want to be chanting based on the Christian doctrines and all that. But looking at the results that are popping up, not long ago, I heard your correspondent from, is it Kesley Hayford Hall? I heard him talking about 800
yes. Our reporter reporting from your home.
Yeah, from my home, So that I was a bit shocked to see the gentleman pushing on that tangent, because normally when you pick it from that angle, that religious perspective, you hardly get the people. Because UCC, we have, let me say, the university community, we have people from different backgrounds, and so normally if you side with a particular group, you are likely to cause more harm than good. But that is not happening. And we cannot, based on that, to also conclude anyway. We still have some hours to go to know what could come out of the other halls, so that at least we can conclude. But at least for what I have seen, I think it is quite surprising, especially with the religious tangents that the NK picked. And this is my opinion. This is what I have observed in the election. For the rest, I have not been able to pay much attention to that, because I was looking at the political influence, the national politics in it, and mostly we see that in the presidential competition. So that is where I paid much attention. But thankfully, I didn't see that, because we've been talking about that and we've been praying that wouldn't take our university campuses. We don't want a situation whereby it becomes difficult for student leaders to even invite stakeholders, invite people from the nation, from the government, of course, to speak to students when they do that on the political tangent, that is when during programs, during workshop, they in a way tend to be a bit biased because they would have to select from the political party from which they belong, and it doesn't speak well for the student populace. And so I was excited to see that. But to touch on the vetting, a quick one on the vetting this time. I think this time too on the vetting in the OB, unlike the previous days that we see a number of corrections coming up from the panel members, this time we didn't see much of that. And that should inform us that our students are really learning. And of course, they are paying much attention to the things that the panel members always expect from them. So, as my prelims on the conversation, I think this is what I can put across.
Now let's look at the. For me, it's a worrying trend where we have a lot of these presidential aspirants promising freebies. At the national level, it's a canker we are struggling to deal with, and unfortunately, it seems to be trickling down to our tertiary body politics. What do you make of that?
Obi, I think what is really causing that is the fact that we have most of our student leaders or potential leaders looking at national politics to groom themselves. Now, everybody would want to delve into politics because of our perception, which I think is the erroneous socialization. We believe that it is only when you take the political tangent that you would be wealthy in our community. So students tend to look up to these politicians, learn from them how to talk, how to conduct themselves, and of course, how to organize things. So unlike what you talked about, that we want to see policy-driven competition, we see students making promises that they themselves know that they cannot achieve them. Sometimes they don't even understand it because the dream comes from somebody else, and interpretation is inherent in a source, so they cannot even explain it when you ask them to explain. But because they believe that it is only when they say that or they mention that they can get the attention of the student, they go in for that instead of looking at the challenges that the students are facing that they can help to solve them. So I think that is it. If we can detach our national politics from our student leadership, I think that would really help us. That is when we will get the real leaders, but not politicians. There's a difference between politician and a leader. You may be a politician, but you may not be a leader. But unfortunately, politics has been the main conduit through which we get leaders in our community. So everybody would want to go through that in order to dominate. But I think when he said, let's create man in our own image and let them have dominion, he was talking about function, dominate in your area of functioning. The fact that you can talk doesn't make you a politician or a leader. You may know how to talk, you may know how to convince others, but perhaps yours is to stay on the radio like Obi we do it. Yours is not to deceive people, or yours is not to tell lies to win power to call yourself a leader. So if we can detach our national politics from our student leadership, I think you can help us.
But I mean, it is a reality that we are experiencing where we have these political parties sort of funding some of these student leaders. And we are seeing its effect in the number of freebies. Now, let's look at policies concerning education, academics, and all that. Some are saying that when they are giving the nod, they are going to scrap 6:30 lectures off. Some are saying if they are giving the nod, they are going to...
they're going to scrap what?
6:30 lectures off.
Oh, yes, I think I saw that.
Yes, some are also saying that unannounced quizzes and weekend quizzes will be scrapped. I don't know the situation out there, but generally there's also a perception that education outside Ghana gives you a better perspective to life. Now let's juxtapose these two: unannounced quizzes, quizzes on weekends. Are these things that happen in the US? Let's take your university for as an example, as a case study. Are these things that happen over there? And what can we learn from, I mean, universities that have made their names like where you are from? Even though you don't want me to mention it,
Obi,
I've brought it in it.
it is, yeah, in my own opinion, I think it is sad how sometimes we do compare our culture with a different culture. You know, what is surprising is that elsewhere they base on that doctrines to train their children, but we do not base on those doctrines to train our children. And that should inform you why once upon a time we had a break at one of the subjects that basic school we were learning, but at a point in time we had leaders or people who said that it is not important, so let's integrate it somewhere, let's fade it out. We had school gardens, but at a point we had people saying that the school gardens wouldn't help and all that. The perception that we have comparing what we have with others that they don't hold on to, that is, I think that is one thing that is killing us. The dawn quizzes and the weekend quizzes that you're talking about, for all you know, that is what will make somebody sit up and learn. This is a culture. This is a strategy to help people to learn. Elsewhere, what they do is that they infuse what they are teaching into what the student will be doing outside. So take for instance, CBS, where you are working. We may have a student there who is from the communications department or from the marketing department of that. When a lecturer is giving assignment to this student, what they do is that they would ask the student to pick data from where they are working, where they are doing their internship. So let's assume that at the marketing department of CBS, we have a marketing student from the School of Business. Now, during the internship period, this student is expected to learn. So over here, what they do is that the lecturer would mind to give you an assignment. This assignment, you're going to use data, the information, what you are working on at your place, and then he will link up with the supervisor at the place to make sure that, of course, you're going to apply it. And believe me, these are topics that the lecturer will teach in class. So by the end of the internship, the student comes back to class as somebody who has the skill plus the theories or the practice that the teacher has already given to them in class to convince the teacher that, of course, you know what I taught you. So the teacher wouldn't have to stress himself much conducting that kind of exam that we see there. But notwithstanding, they also write exams. Outside, they write exams. Sometimes you write a quiz in your room, but believe me, that quiz, you wouldn't take it easy. We call something lockdown browser. You will lock yourself down. And if you don't learn, believe me, you can't do it. So it is all about the strategies that the lecturers are using for the student to learn. Somebody may say that, okay, if you don't learn, I'll beat you somewhere, which we don't practice it. But perhaps what would work for you, CC student, is this done unannounced quizzes. Over here too, sometimes they do it. So he will say that, oh, this is not, they have a name for it. I think, is it something? They have a name for it. Because I remember one of the professors asked a question in class and he said that he's not going to score us based on that. So we end up deceiving ourselves, unnecessary comparison, and then we tend to deceive ourselves. It is not better anywhere. It is not better anywhere. I don't see any problem with these dumb quizzes and then the unannounced quizzes. If you will learn, if you call yourself a student and you are ready to learn, believe me, you wouldn't learn just for examination purposes. You will learn for yourself. You will learn to appreciate the concept, so that whenever we call on you to deliver, you can deliver. So it doesn't matter. That thing is not a punishment. They shouldn't make it seem to be that writing a quiz in the morning or writing an unannounced quiz or writing a quiz on weekends is a punishment. It is not. It is not. It is not. So we have to change that kind of mindset in there. I don't hold on to that you should scrap those things and paint them as a punishment or something. Do we have the facilities at all? This person who is promising this, has he thought of the facilities that we do have to host students? Because I remember I heard one person saying that we can, was it for local news or something? He said that we can dedicate a week for examination or quizzes, and then that week nobody will be going for lectures and all that, the whole lot of things. But the unfortunate thing is, students mostly, Obi, they don't consult before they talk about these kind of policies. They don't make the necessary consultation. So they just look at the students and think that there are certain things the students are going through that the students don't like. It's like saying that we should sack invigilator from exam hall. Believe me, students, you are likely to hear students praising, but students wouldn't vote for that thing because real students and serious students like it. There are serious students on campus who like this unannounced quizzes because they are 24/7 learning. So when they come and then they give this unannounced quizzes and they perform, that is when they measure themselves. That is when they measure their intellectual abilities. So or competencies. So I don't hold on to set policies. These are not things that I think if you really want to convince students, you should put it up. This wouldn't help.
Now, PDF.
I don't think these will help. These are issues that management would have to handle.
Now, PDF in the last
Obi, I think
yes, in the last 2 years, that's last year and then this year, we seem to have, I mean, my own thing, a dichotomy of two teams. So we have candidates from the School of Medical Science and a candidate from the Faculty of Law. Yeah, last year the School of Medical Science won it. Now this year, it seems from the provisional results we've received, it seems as if the candidate from the Faculty of Law is likely or has the potential to be the winner. Now, this is my question after the preamble. Are we now reducing the leadership mantle to persons within, let me put it this way, like within the rich, no, but no, maybe I may not get the exact words, but I mean within the privilege.
You're talking about from these two
exactly
places?
within these privileged programs. Because previously during my time, it used to be yes, you are an art student or you're a business student, you're a science student. Yes, obviously, but now it seems to be the norm. If you're not a law student, if you're not a medical student, you don't stand a chance. Last year we all saw it. Ben Norman and Abraham Norman and Benessian going toe to toe, and this year it has also repeated itself.
Yes, Obi. I don't think the students want to limit it to that perspective. I think it is about courage. You know, it is not easy for you to rise and contest for position on the university campus. So it takes maturity, it takes courage for you to rise to do that. And if you pay attention to these two areas, these are the places that we have people who hold multiple degrees, people who are done with the first degree, people doing second degree, and all that. So if you look at their age, they are older than the people who come in with awaiting results and all that. And you know, mostly these are waiting, and these people who within the teens, we find them, most of them are the arts, the humanities, and all that. But these law and then the medical school, if you ask yourself, Norman has more than 2 degrees. Benessian too, I think this is his second degree or so. And currently to NK and then the Hope, both of them, they already have degrees. So they've already have a taste of student leadership one way or the other. They have observed the system, they've lived in the system, and they know the system. So I think that is the cause of what we are seeing. It is not that the students themselves, and of course, you may also want to talk about financial strength also. And these are people, you know, somebody doing medicine, somebody studying law. these are people that when you go to the university, although I wouldn't want to conclude that they are the richest people on campus, but these are the places that you are likely to find people who are financially strong. So I think these are some of the reasons why we see people coming from these angles. And hopefully, some days to come, we are likely to also get people from the other area popping up. And of course, even in this election, we saw them. We saw some of them popping up. Just that they may not have the capacity or the competencies to pull enough people to follow them. And of course, in politics, it takes money. It takes cash to get these people. You want to organize them. You want to buy some drinks for them, some juice for them, some bread and all that. It takes money. But these medicine and of course the law students, they are the matured people on campus. If we are not looking at the distance students and the Sandwich students, I think these are the areas that we would find the matured people. Though we have others, especially the education, we have people who are done with diploma and all that, but mostly because they don't necessarily go through the university system, unlike these law and the medicine students, they sometimes lack some aspect of the strategies that it takes to win campus elections. So I think these are some of the reasons why we're seeing people from these areas taking the positions. But we do pray that some days to come we would also get some people from maybe the humanities, from the hospitality, especially our women. We hope to see them also taking the mantle.
Now, Vidian, you made mention of campaign strategies and all that. Now, let's look at the campaign strategies on campus. You have followed the student politicians and student leaders for a while now. Do you think that, at least for some of these presidential candidates who are not able to make the mark, they didn't put in the right strategy, or that they didn't have the financial muscle to get the audience to know in their Hello, PDF.
Obi, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm with you.
Yeah, so my question is, you have followed these student politicians for a while. Is it that for those who are unable to break into office or be sort of the third force, is it that they do not have the wherewithal, or they do not have the right campaign strategies? That is why they fall short, or is just that they do not have enough, how do you call it, will
Oh,
or lack?
yeah, I get you. Obi. Yeah, yeah. I think that what a beta was it your Bruno Wonko. Usika Sanzo Wasimsa. You may have the best of all politics, but to reach out to the majority of the student population, believe me, you need money. Because if you look at what they've been doing on campus during elections, we have candidates who are buying T-shirts, we have candidates who are buying porridge, we have students who are buying pen. Even this election, I saw a candidate buying cement. I saw that, where they were sharing pictures and videos on social media that this candidate is supporting SRC to construct a bridge or something at the Sandwich Letter Theatre area. So obviously, it takes the money to reach out to the people. And so, despite the policies that you would have, if you're not able to reach majority of the students, the election, the voting would end. And that is when people will say, oh, this guy too was contesting. And I've seen that before on campus. There have been days that it is after the election that people had to apologize to a candidate for not voting for the person because they didn't hear much about the person. Even your posters, your flyers, how far would they go? You will need people to be sharing this on social media. There are people that when you involve, when you engage them, they have a large number of people following them. But to get these guys on your team, you would have to convince them. It takes money to buy airtime and all that. It takes money to buy this credit cards and all that to share your information on social media. And so, if you don't have, how do you spread the message? Believe me, if Jesus Christ is to come today, believe me, he may go to CNN. He wouldn't. He might not go to the synagogue. He went to the synagogue those days because that was where he could meet a lot of people. But today, if you to come today and want to reach out to a large number of people, perhaps CNN, Fox, and all that, all those radio stations or media houses that we know them. And obviously, these are places that it will take money for you to go there. So I think the financial strength counts a lot in reaching out to students on campus, in convincing students. It takes that because there are people who wouldn't even meet the candidate in person, but their money they will hear about what the person is doing. So it takes these resources to reach out to people, and you cannot take that out of our politics. No, you struggle, Obi.
PDF, before I let you go, let me push you to the wall. Between NK team and J Hope, if you were on campus and you were an undergraduate student, whom would you vote for and why?
And to also escape your attempt to push me to the wall, I would also say that I'm not an undergraduate student, and I've not had.
I mean, that's why I asked a hypothetical question. That if you were, so assuming you were an undergraduate student, whom would you vote for and why?
Right. On campus, Obi, surprisingly, I don't know if you've paid attention to this. There are people who vote for candidates based on their looks, based on the color of their lips. I don't know whether you've observed that.
Then I think it's based on the color of the lips. PDF, if it's based on color of the lips, I'm sure I would have been an SRC president by now.
Oh, oh, but did you contest? There were days somewhere 2012. Yes, 2012 election. We had Denis Apiala Biampafo, we had Theophilus Sosi, we had Stewart, we had
2012
Democrats. And yes, that was 2012. Or was it 2012? 2016?
Yes, yeah, yes. Because 2012,
yes,
I was about to graduate, and none of them were in school by that time.
yes. I think it was the 2016 election, 2015-2016 election. I think that is it. That time, we had students from our district who said that they voted for Dennis because of his lips. We went on campus, we interviewed some students, and some of them were saying this to us based on how the person looks on the poster. They just look at that and then they vote for you. So many are the reasons that students will base on as you want to put myself in the shoes of an undergraduate student. There are lots that people would want to look at. Others would want to look at the program of study area. Others may want to look at the hall of affiliation, religious bodies, and all that. But I hardly pay attention to all these things. My focus normally is on your leadership qualities. What do you have to present? You may be saying something that you don't understand, but if I'm able to judge your qualities to prove that, of course, you can lead. Normally, that is what I base on personally. That is what I base on in choosing or following candidates. But it's unfortunate. I've not been on campus. I've not spent time with these people. And so it will be difficult for me to determine their leadership qualities. So on that note, it will be a little bit difficult for me to point out a candidate that I would have supported because I would want to spend time with you to know you more. You don't meet me a day and you expect me to vote for you, or you don't stand somewhere and throw a policy at me and you expect me to vote for you. You may have a policy, but you may not have the strength to implement. It may not even come from you. The dream may come from somewhere that you cannot explain or interpret. So the fact that you're talking about policies wouldn't convince me. I have to know you. know your qualities before I would want to support you. So, Obi, it will be difficult for me to make a choice in this regard.
All right, PDF. We'll say thank you so much for making time to talk to us. But before you take leave of us, your final comments and then share with us your fondest memories on campus as one of the persons who has led many a student politician to glory.
Well, with these memories, I would, since we're looking at elections,
Yeah.
I would want to look at the first time that we hosted this declaration of SRC election results on TVUCC, where I had to host the Dean of Student, Professor Eugene Kokoma, for that former Dean of Student, and of course the EC at that time. And I was the one hosting. Surprisingly, I had no idea that they were coming, and Obi, it wasn't easy for me.
I remember. I
At the
said,
point, I felt like running away from the seat,
hey,
the seat, the seat that you're on today. So, with student politics, I think one of the interesting things that I remember that perhaps I would want to talk about is that, and of course, at Kesley Hayford Hall, at a point, we didn't want to allow an opponent from any other hall to enter, especially when we have a candidate from Casford Hall going for SRC president or whatsoever. You dare not. We wouldn't let you enter. And there was a day that I think one candidate, he was from KNH, he was coming with drinks, Sobolo and all that. And these gentlemen had to sack the aspirant because they already had made a choice at Casford. And that day, in fact, I wasn't part of them anyway, but I was excited. I got happy looking at how the students were rallying behind the candidate because he's from Casford. And it wasn't just because he was from Casford, and he was one of the best because he was an acting SRC president and he later became the SRC president. And of course, he was the Casford Hall president as well. So it was an interesting moment on campus. And I'm talking about Mr. Kobna Arthur, Presider, those days. Presider was his teaser. So these are some of the memories I would want to share. And of course, with my final words, I would say that may the best team win. And the students should be jubilating in moderation. Whatever that they will do, I think it should be done in moderation. And they shouldn't forget that the main reason for which they're on campus is the academic life or the academic activities for which they are there. And so, regardless of the other extracurricular activities, how important they may be to you, you shouldn't forget about your academics as well. A very important thing on campus, so that at least you can complete with a certificate and something that your parents can also be proud of. Remember, there are students who don't complete. They run through the system, and at the end of the day, they don't get a certificate, but they count themselves as part of the graduates, and they complain about unemployment, and all because they didn't perform well and they couldn't make it to the end of the 4-year journey. So I wish all the candidates the best of luck, and to the supporters, they should take their academic activities serious.
All right, thank you so much, PDF, for joining us and letting us have this very interesting conversation. I know we're speaking back door, and then when you come, you know what I like. And so ba another about me magana ha one farm see. So I would you.
My regards to your ladies. My regards to the ladies in the studio.
Hey, PDF, as small kappa Fred show at 2 me magana bu.
And of course, greetings to Dr. Covenant. Let me take this opportunity to wish him, to congratulate him. I saw the post. Greetings to him and to the entire management team of Campus Broadcasting Services Center. To Fico Darling, Barrister Daniel, Hetty, we love all of you. Thank you so much for the impact. The impact, very important, Obi.
Eric Sechi also extends his regards to you.
Oh,
the shortest man in CBS who took after you after he left.
Eric, My guy. And then how far with the popo at the back of the hostel, you know? There's a popo over there.
I think you can send him a message behind the scenes
Oh,
and he'll give you an answer on that. PDF, it's been an interesting conversation with you.
all right. I'm also grateful for the opportunity, and I would always be available whenever you need me. Trust me.
All right, all right, all right. No, that used to be his step. So he heard from our former colleague Louis Esiedu Bakwe, popularly referred to as PDF. Oh, I made a mistake. I think I should have made him explain the full meaning of PDF. Let's do some few messages on our YouTube page, and then we look at what's happening at the SRC because we received some provisional results, and we'll be going to be reading them out for you. So this one says, okay, so I've read PDS message. I think this year's SRC elections, especially the presidential one, was a bit free from the influence of our national politics. Kudos to the candidates watching live from Pennsylvania, USA. This one is from Kobe Mack Media. He says, Obi, I think some of the issues students have been complaining about have lingered too long, and perhaps discussions should begin to address them. And this one is from Gospel Truth TV. It says, Luis, all the way from Pennsylvania. Nice to hear your voice. And this is from DJ Bibicius. It says, PDF, my man. PDF, my man. So let's check out. But before we check out the provisional result from SRC, I mean, your comment on PDF's remarks.
Right, so he made solid points. I think everything he touched on has already been touched on. I said a little bit of that, but he said it all. He said it all. He didn't even leave any bit out of it. He was talking about it's not just about having been an SRC sports secretary. You have to put in the work. You have to let people see you. It's more the visibility, the attention, the attractions. What are people saying about you? I think that's what leads to, and also people that I think the last minute campaigns and stuff like that. I think it doesn't really work. Um, so maybe people should just maybe find another alternative. But I understand, last minute you feel the urge to do something. So maybe that is the reason why they also do that. But I think all the same, he said it all, and I agree with him 100%.
Okay, so let's go to the SRC and check out the provisional results. So, what I have here was just limited to J Hope and then in team. So, J Hope 479. So, remember, these are provisional results 479. And the NK in team had 1,516. 1,516. So that is that for SRC. That's for SRC. So these are provisional results. We are waiting for the EC to give us a certified result. Yes, we are waiting for the EC to give us a certified result. Of course, we've seen some provisional results flingering here and there. Um, Even to the tune of about 16,000, as in terms of the number of voters, around 16 to 17,000. But we are waiting for the Electoral Commission and, of course, other key members from the Office of the Dean of Students to come and declare the results so that we can go home. You can send your messages to us on 0275 You can also call us on that same number. It's time for you to call. So do the calling on 0275 and share your thoughts. Who wins the seat, the biggest seat within the SRC? And who forms the head of the 63rd SRC Executive Committee? Is it going to be J Hope? Is it going to be NK in team? Is it going to be Cover Ghana? Or is it going to be Tim Kudus You can call and share your thoughts now. 0275 14 49 49. 0275 14 49 49. Who wins the big trophy, or who wins big tonight or this morning? Let me put it that because it's already morning. I think
It's currently 12:51.
yes, so we are in third. We're
12:51.
already in 3rd July.
Yes.
Yeah. So who wins big on 3rd July 2025? This is UCC Decides on TV UCC. You can call us on 0275 14 49 49. Share your thoughts on that same line, and also, of course, on our Facebook and WhatsApp pages. Now, so let's do analysis on
Before we move on to the analysis, I think I'm seeing some flyers being shared on social media. People are saying that NK team has won. He has made a congratulatory flyer showing his gratitude to the populace. I'm seeing a lot. I think, let me see. This one is from the person won local Nooks president. I think. Nooks Primo, that was his teaser. Nooks Primo, he won. I'm also seeing another flyer. I don't know how true this is, but well, there are flyers that have been circulating, so I'm just going to talk about it. Team Pilato from Casport Hall, I think they've also made their flyer. I think Team MZ from Adeshe Hall, and I think the results are out, but let's just hope.
so the provisional results are out.
Yeah.
So until they are certified by the
Yeah,
EC, we can't
yeah,
hold on to
we
it.
can't.
Yes.
Right. So okay. So earlier on, they played a video before the call with PDF. They played a video with of NK Team's manifesto, and he mentioned a lot of things there, of which I'm going to touch on a little bit. The one I think is very beautiful. He also mentioned the data, increasing the bandwidth and all that. I think for them, they they went to the field to ask what is going on here, because it looks like they hammered on everything that people would want to hear. They talked about internet connectivity, yes, like I said earlier, and then special library. They said they're going to advocate for a special library for students with special needs. Yes, and they also talked about an academic timetable that will be published a week before. So normally school resumes and then the timetable is not out. I think theirs is to advocate. They want to advocate for the academic timetable to be published a week before, and also the tenancy arrangement. They want to have a bond between the people owning hostels and then the campus people of UCC. I think officials or something. And they advocated for student ID cards for medical treatments, and also rooms for students. So they are advocating for rooms to be just given to students just for some kind of special care, and also that the ID card will cover some medical treatments. They also talked about lighting up the area. There are certain places that are dark, especially Sasakawa at night is very dark. The road from Kauk to Sasakawa is very dark at night, so they said they have an initiative to light up the streets. And also the food bank policy. I think this runs through almost everybody's manifesto, the food bank policy. And then they said they want a store at is it Sandwich Lecture Theatre, Shatawale, so that people who need water, basic items could get it over there. And then the whole week celebration, this is the big one. The whole week celebration, aside the SRC week, they want the whole week celebrations to be
reinstated.
Yes. Is this going to be possible though? Because the school authorities had a very strong reason for banning it.
Exactly.
This is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, looking at the act of vandalism and violence that have been perpetrated by students, it's going to be a very tough one.
Yes.
How are they going to lobby management for them to rescind this decision?
Yes.
That's. But I don't know. Aside that one, which I feel is a bit over ambitious. Yes, they also made mention of the fact that I think a concession was ceded to the SRC, and there were plans to start a hostel on it, and they
Yeah.
are ready to raise funds to start
Oh,
a
okay.
hostel, so that even if they're unable to finish, wherever they get to, they believe leadership is a continuum, and that the next batch of SRC leaders would continue from there. But I mean, these are the dynamics, issues of land leasing. Do we have the revenue or the amount to do so? Are they going for loans? How are they going to fund some of these projects? These are very big questions that, even during the manifesto reading, I think unfortunately we didn't have a lot of people questioning
Yeah.
and holding them accountable to some of these, how do you call it, these promises that they've made. Yes,
Hmm.
some are very plausible and possible, they're very laudable, rather than looking at the free things
Yes.
that we've been talking about. Establishing a shop. Now, if you establish a shop there, um, in whose name? Is it in the name of the SRC? Just as it's being done behind the Samjona Library? What are the variables? Are they going to open it up for tendering? So these
It's
are
possible.
questions that needs to be
Yeah.
answered.
It's possible. It's possible they could do it in the name of the SRC. I think whenever the SRC does something, they leave their mark. So it's possible that it's going to be done and named after the SRC. So this is feasible, very very feasible. I think this one day is like she didn't have been part of the manifesto because it's like you can just get up and do it too. Can just get up and do it, but okay,
But
it's
there are
fine.
questions to be answered,
Yeah,
especially how they're going to raise funds to execute all these projects.
yeah.
We'll take a break, and when we come back from the break, we'll be visiting the various halls, and then we'll show you what went on yesterday morning and afternoon when we visited these halls to bring you coverages as to how the elections were going. This is UCC Decides, and we'll be delving deeper into other issues, and we're praying that from now till after we are done with these videos, collation would have been done. Then the electoral commission and the key stakeholders from the office of the dean of students will be here at the DD Cool Poly TV studio, and we can have the declaration of results. Remember, my name is Onesipherus Obogi, and I'm not here alone. I am here with Cora, Christiana,
Christabel.
Christabel,
How can you forget my name, Obobi?
Christabel,
This is unfair.
Christabel,
No, let's unpack that.
Christabel, Rejoice,
No, very
Oforiwa,
unfair.
Christabel, Rejoice, Oforiwa,
You've changed it.
Equiamwa.
That is Kroa.
That is Kroa. Okay,
Yes.
let me rearrange it.
Yes.
Christabel, Oforiwa,
Okay.
Rejoice, Equiamwa.
Yes.
That is Cora.
Yes.
Hey, Dino.
You're
We'll go for a
right.
break, and when we come back, we'll take you to the various halls of residences. Stay with us.
So we are waiting for the easy here. The other thing.
4123. I'm on my radio.
So everybody else is
Yeah.
all of them. So tomorrow you come to work, right? Then I'll come and do my activities. I was thinking of going to ATL from because of this. So this one, they are come back.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning. All right, so we are back from that break. I know it's a long one, but kindly pardon us. So we'll be going to the various halls and check out what's happening over there. All happened earlier yesterday. So first, let's go. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning here on the campus of the University of Cape Coast, and judging from the noise behind us and the shout of J Hope in team and the like should tell you that indeed we are in the election period. So today is the election period for the students of the University of Cape Coast, for them to select one particular leader or a team that will form the 63rd executives of the Student Representative Council of the University of Cape Coast. And as TVUCC, we are bringing you exclusive coverages going from all the halls to ensure that we bring you details and pictures of what will happen here. I'm not doing this alone. I have with me my colleagues, students who are from various departments. These are student presenters with the Campus Broadcasting Services Center. They are going to do a brief introduction, and after that we move into the various halls and bring you all that's happening. So let me start from my immediate left.
Right, so I'm Christabel Ekemwa, and I'm here to, cover the live footages from Adisha Hall. Yes.
I'm Rachel Penyo-Abedi Labi, and I'll be also covering live from ATL Hall. I'm Adjosa, also covering live from the various halls.
I am Bryce McLean, also covering from the various halls of the University of Cape Coast.
And I am Onesifero Sobobi. This is TVUC. Remember to subscribe, comment, like, and share, especially if this is the first time you're watching us. See you in the various halls.
We are currently at Valco Hall. So currently I am Rachel Penyo-Abedi Labi from TVUCC, and I have the senior hall tutor of Valco Hall with me. Good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon. Please, I'm not a senior hall tutor. I'm a hall tutor, one of the hall tutors. My name is Dr. Mrs. Edna Colley.
So, Doc, please, how many voters have casted their ballot so far?
So far we are a little over. We are above 500 going. So because we started late, and it was a general problem. So
what challenge did you encounter? And did you encounter during the process?
Okay, the students were unable to vote because they had to fix some technical challenge, and that has been sorted out. So we have been able to start.
So I can see that they are rallying outside for the various aspirants. Is it the right thing to do as like aspirants of the UCC, SRC, and JCRC election?
Yeah, I think we have to look at that, because whilst voting is going on, we have to make sure that campaigning by the students, we have to educate them to desist from doing that. So I think it's not something which is exactly on point, but going forward, I think we can help them.
So, Doc, what are some of the measures you put in place for like free and fair election for the UCC, SRC, JCRC election?
Oh, we are making sure that all concerns that come on board as voting is going on is sorted out amicably, and our hall master and our senior hall tutor are doing a wonderful job making sure all aspirants are happy with the process.
So, Prof, what time will the voting process end?
Because we didn't start early, I think we'll go beyond the normal 5 p.m. Yeah, maybe 2 hours beyond or so, yeah.
Prof, do you have any message for the voters who are yet to come? Any information that they should know before coming to vote?
Yes, I think they need to listen to, when they come into the JCRC, we guide them as to the information they have to provide, their personal details that they have to provide, so that the process can be fast for them to vote quickly and allow others to vote. So that is what we are doing.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you very much.
Prof, please, how has the electoral process been like?
So far, so good. It's not like always, because today we couldn't start early. We started around 10, which is unusual. But by the grace of God, everything is moving on very smoothly. So far, so good. And we are happy with the process so far. We are very confident that everybody would have the opportunity to vote. So those who haven't voted, we are urging them to come and vote before the time ends. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so I'm currently with one of the polling agents. Yes, if I got it right. Please, your name.
My name is Tvucc, and I'm the polling agent for Team Dominion, aspiring for SLC Treasure 2025 period.
I can see that. Are you like a voter at Ken?
Yes, please. But then we'll have to swap and come in so that we would, help whatever process is going on here. SLC is general, so we can't be at home. Like, we have to be everywhere to ensure that the process is as it is.
So, as it stands now at Valco, have you encountered any challenge for the voters, like for the...
So far it has been good. Technology wise, we can't really say, but we are still expecting the best. So far it has been good. It has been smooth.
Do you have any message for the voters who have not voted?
Yes, my message is simple. Please, when you go to the pool, first of all decide, but the best decision is Dominion for this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning here on the campus of the University of Cape Coast, and judging from the noise behind us and the shouts of J-Hope in team, and the like should tell you that indeed we are in the election period. So today is the election period for the students of the University of Cape Coast, for them to select one particular leader or a team that will form the 63rd executives of the Student Representative Council of the University of Cape Coast. And as TVUCC, we are bringing you exclusive coverages going from all the halls to ensure that we bring you details and pictures of what will happen here. I'm not doing this alone. I have with me my colleagues, students who are from various departments. These are student presenters with the Campus Broadcasting Services Center. They are going to do a brief introduction, and after that we move into the various halls and bring you all that's happening. So let me start from my immediate left.
Right, so I'm Christabel Ikemwa, and I'm here to, cover the live footages from Adisha Hall. Yes.
I'm Rachel Penyo-Abedi-Labi, and I'll be also covering live from ATL Hall. I'm Ajosa, also covering live from the various halls.
I am Bryce McLean, also covering from the various of the University of Cape Coast.
And I am Onesifero Sobobi. This is TVUC. Remember to subscribe, comment, like, and share, especially if this is the first time you're watching us. See you in the various halls.
It's election day, live on TVUCC, and students are here to exercise their franchise, the right to vote, to elect who becomes the 63rd SRC, UCC SRC, JCRC, and GRASAG candidates. Now, we are going to be asking the students, what do they think? Who is going to be winning the elections? We are here to give you live updates, live coverage of everything that is going to be happening here. So stay tuned, keep subscribing, keep liking the videos, and we'll be here to give you live coverage. Thank you. Okay, so we are here with an official from the Electoral Commission right here at Adisha Hall. She's going to tell us the process, the voter turnout, and how everything is going. But before that, let's get to know her name. So please, can we know your name?
Okay, I'm Adenchi Florence Lordina.
Okay, and why are we here? Why are you here today? What's the process like as an official?
Okay, so I'm an electoral committee. I'm part of the electoral committee over here, and our job is to see to it that all the voters are directed to the officials to be verified. And also one of our major duty is to see that all the polling agents from the various aspirants are verified before they are allowed to come and sit here. And so far, I would say that there have been a great turnout concerning the voters. Well, we'll be closing in the evening, so we are hoping that by then all those who are in class and also those who are around will come and vote. But we've had a peaceful election so far, so we are hoping that in the end, those who will be elected will do a good job. Thank you.
Okay, so but tell us the process. What goes on in the voting room? What goes on here?
Okay, so first of all, as you can see over here, the voters have to sit outside. They would come inside to be verified by our officials here. Then they go to the side to go and vote. After that, they will leave the place. We have our polling agents over here from the various aspirants, those who are in the hall and also those who are outside the hall. That means the external aspirants, the executive, the SRC. So they are also to see to it that everything goes in order, and also check that there is nothing like malpractice or anything over here. So it has been smooth. I'm in charge of directing, as you can see so far. So yeah, that's what is going on.
Right, so no challenges so far. You are not facing any challenges. And have you voted? Because you are a student yourself.
I'm yet to vote.
Okay. But you're an electoral commissioner, so you're supposed to be neutral. So, but you still vote?
Yes, I will.
Okay, it's everybody's right. It's your right, yes, of course. We had Lordina here. We've interviewed her on the process, and everything is currently going smoothly. We hope to see more voters turn out, and that will be all for Adisha Hall's elections, yes. So I have one polling agent here. He's going to introduce himself and tell us why he is here. So can we know your name?
Michael Ejekum.
Michael Ejekum, and who are you representing?
Irama.
Irama. Okay. So can you tell us the reason why you are here?
I'm here to supervise and count the people who are here to vote. That's why I'm here.
Okay. Is there a reason why you are here to supervise and count the votes of those who are here to vote?
To know the total people who came to vote and those who didn't come.
Oh, okay. Is that going to influence, the win or the losing? And are you going to come back next year after analyzing all these things?
Yes, maybe.
Oh, okay. So you are hopeful.
Yes, I'm hopeful.
And what is Irama contesting for?
Additional treasurer.
Okay. So the money is in the hands of Irama. Is it going to be in safe hands?
Yes, it will.
All right. So that you just heard from Michael Ajakum, and he's here as a polling agent for Irama, Additional treasurer. Let's see how what other polling agents are here to represent and what they think of the process so far. Okay, so I have one beautiful lady here. She's going to introduce herself. She's a polling agent. Please, can we get to know your name?
Okay, please, I go by the name Jessica Baba Denchi.
Okay, Jessica. So, who are you here representing?
Bella.
Bella, contesting for?
Additional secretary.
Secretary. Okay, so how's the process going for you?
Okay, so far it's really going well, and then hope for the best.
Okay, hope for the best. You are hopeful your candidate is going to win?
Of course.
Okay, so our accountability is in your hands. No preparation. Okay, thank you very much. Your name again?
Baba.
Baba. All right, we have another lady here. She's going to tell us the process and how everything is going. So, can we know your name?
I'm Bridget Wall.
Okay, so you are here as a polling agent for Miss Pat, and she's contesting for
Additional Sports Secretary.
Additional
Sports Secretary.
Sports Secretary. Okay, so how's the process going for you? Have you voted?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and how is the process going for you?
It's going cool, but I had a little challenge.
Okay.
Her picture wasn't projected on the screen.
Okay.
So she lost about 40 something votes.
Oh.
But now it has been worked on.
Okay, but that has been worked on.
Yes.
All right, then we hope everything will go smoothly for you, okay? All right, all the best. All right, so we're still live at Adishi Hall, and we have one security personnel here. She's going to tell us the procedures, everything, the processes, and the challenges. So can we get to know your name first?
Okay, I'm Cadet Flying Officer Rosalind Abuaji.
Okay, and you are, can you tell us the position you are?
Yeah, I'm the Intelligence Officer for Adishi Hall.
Okay, okay. So you're here to monitor the procedures for the elections, and what are your observations?
Okay, so far we've realized there's no problem. Everything is going on smoothly.
Everything is going on smoothly. Have you voted? Are you a student yourself?
Yeah, I'm a student, but I've not yet voted.
Okay.
I'll be doing that at the end.
Okay. So your voters turnout, everything is smooth, everything is encouraging.
Everything is
Okay. So we heard from your name again?
Cadet Flying Officer Rosalind Abuaji.
Rosalind. So she has experienced the thing. She's not yet voted, but she's yet to vote, and hopefully the process goes on smoothly. We'll stay in touch, Rosalind.
Sure.
All right. Yes. Okay, so we are here with another beautiful lady here. She is yet to vote. Your name is?
Harriet.
Level
200.
Okay, level 200. Which program?
Bachelor of Science in Information Technology.
Okay, so say something to your fellow colleagues watching. What would you tell them?
I would like to say a big shout out to all BSc IT students.
Okay, they should come and vote, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the elections, we're here for the UCC, SRC, JCRC, and grassroots elections. Do you have your favorites? Maybe you don't have to mention, but do you have your favorites? You have your own personal favorites? No, so you're just here to vote. Okay, that's perfect. So how's the process going for you?
So far, it's like the line is going bad first. It was keeping long before.
Okay, but now everything is moving on smoothly.
Yes, please.
All right, so hopefully you vote, and we hope your favorite wins, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so if your favorite wins, you come and tell us.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So we're here with another beautiful lady. Can you tell us your name?
Okay, so I'm Lamisi.
All right,
BSc Nutrition.
Nutrition
level 200.
So say something to your fellow colleagues.
Okay, so nutrition dietetics students, I'm calling you guys here, all the additional athletes. Please come and vote for our two people. Come and vote for them. Okay, we will be expecting you guys. I love you all. We love you. By the way, we are praying for a successful election. Yeah, that's what we are praying for. So See you guys later. Bye.
So hopefully your candidate wins. If they don't win, what happens? You
I'll
bury
be
them.
I'll
Who
be
now?
hurt.
Okay, so tell us the process. You've not voted. You've not yet voted.
I'm yet to vote.
Okay, okay. So what's the process? How smooth is the process?
Okay, as I'm seeing, everything is going on smoothly. So we are just praying that everything ends well. Yeah.
All right. She's just praying everything ends well. So hopefully you vote and your favorite wins.
Yeah.
All right. Much.
Thank you too. See you guys later. Yeah.
Okay, so we have another lady here. Please, what's your name?
My name is Selassie.
Selassie. Which level are you in?
Level 200.
Level 200. Which program?
Clinical nutrition.
Okay, so say something to your colleagues. Just say hi or something.
I want to say hi to everyone, and I hope that everybody's studying because level 200 is not easy. It's not easy challenge.
It's not easy. You're facing a lot of challenges.
Yes,
Share
of
one.
course it's not easy.
Share one with us. What challenge have you faced so far?
Some courses are kind of like a little tedious, and they are kind of a lot, but it's not so tedious, but it's tedious.
It's not so tedious, but it's tedious. So could you tell us, we are here for the elections. How is it going for you?
For me, I've gone and come. Actually, the line is long, and well, so far so good. It's going well. It's organized so far. So yes.
This is your second time voting. The first time you voted, did all your candidates win?
Last time I didn't vote.
Oh, okay.
But the candidates that were there last time, the person I wanted to win didn't win.
Oh, okay.
But then this time I'm voting, so I'm hoping that the person I vote for wins.
Right. Okay. So you are yet to vote.
Yes.
Any expectations? What are you expecting?
I'm expecting all the people that I vote for to win. And I'm expecting like victory because one of my roommates is running, Miss Bella.
Okay.
And then I'm hoping that it goes well for her because yes, we want her to be in power.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for having us.
You're welcome.
Hello, ma.
Hello.
Please, good afternoon. Please, we would like to know your name and your role in this election at KNHO.
My name is Mary Century, the Deputy Senior Hospital. Okay. Yes.
Okay, so since the election started, has there been any difficulties?
No, we started on time, just a few minutes after 7, and so far the turnout has been good.
Okay.
There hasn't been any major problem, except the initial stage when the number of voters were showing at the voting area, but quickly the MIS came in to rectify the problem.
Okay, so comparing to last year's election and this year's election, are there any differences?
I wouldn't say there is much difference, but so far so good. It's better and it's good as compared to last
year's. Okay. So will there be any last words for the candidates and the voters who are yet to cast their votes?
I would just encourage every student to come out and vote, and they should just comport themselves. is
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning here on the campus of the University of Cape Coast.
aba TV Pacho you bet me ahudi any jumadi ahudi ewo election.
Oh, okay, you're from Dr. Kwekuchaka. From Kwekuchaka, I'm a senior hotel and I'm a electoral commissioner.
Oh, okay. So why penny idea? Election no more and send you why to me and I say more facing any issues relating to the internet like process
okay, I started the was election the new marketing kit be etune na ya buy no na kit new marketing kit be esi no yetumi solve ansana emre na e was say start elections no ya start here until of student who can say na start 8 the kwame nkoma ho yeah the 8 pepe na you start elections no na along the way no just say screen no na enche dan appear na tally like bar numbers na balance but any major problem there until agent no put access with the technical problem to enforce ba ebe resolve
but I mean yes I have say omutimi ya no abra internet no entimi engine so so omutimi ya no offline
oh system we any online system we say local area well into any say dia internet into local ya connected to system na machine back on server into na nyoma ni na also na ya distribute ya ma computers na wo hina na essence wo ba bia tally ni na aba nti hasi painting na obi wo any hall a ontumi ento saba nti obi a woni de nti enye se online local system
juma di mo fide na mo di juma ni na se munya emfunso bia wo mo anase na dodo ne ye
dodo ne de wo se nya na dodo na ebe kwa hwe edoma ewo hana se nya na dodo na but kombo se enkoda na so na yeje computer ni from o se nya university machines nti omoso obi so de kusua de nti eba ne sa na have nti like
basa na munya muchio mo ka
I was saying to your moka na ni tua mu no so ni tua mu no so eche na fa ne se wo bia sika na so ni sika bia eno so yese fa kogu account mu ana eno so Ghana card ni an nti nkoda ne bi omuhu ne sa na amon pese omo pa last year omo de buy no this year omo so omo fa ba nti nanka yebenya laptop ahodo university ne dia and the nim say ho bia ye set up do say and say nko ye ntumi nto na ebeka say omo ntua mu no ye be ne tabletop
na no my shise bia fa mo say my process any process bia fa mo ana say mo dia to mpanyinfu anim so omo mo amo say
ho say ya kan but do say eba sika sema o ka say ko to laptop do sika no eni ho ebeka say ho no na enko but sika ne so do let's go yes na your budget nti ba me papa mu say nanka sika na edi betua omoka no yenye na omu wie ya na edi obi ya sika amomo enye se fe na esi ekwede koto account because sika no kwa enye sika mpa esu ya ipa no ko fese me foka akwa kodu bank na sika na sa sika no pa ebe nti ade na me ha me ho esa sa me de me machine akusua de nti ye be stress se de be ma yenya computers ahodo no ana nkoda no de mo computers ahodo bebre ye face ni tua sika ni tua mu no ne ntem no na akwan fa so tua no na be encourage you apart from that no here because port now there were 48 ports nti betumi connect computers makom 48 ama nti na kan fa say there were 48 computers bia be nti computers na jia na
nsem kan bia ema omo afi no mo beto omaba
the other can say elections na the elections obi betumi awiem ama obi esan sɛ agent wɔ ha agent no yɛ obiara na agent mmienu ɛna nhyɛaseɛ no yɛ obiara hu sɛ deɛ ɛkɔ ɛna yɛsan so amonitor obiara nso ba nso a yɛ obi sisi no yɛ ma ne kɔkɔto n'aba nti obiara nso rekɔde dodoɔ na ɛba bɛn nti yɛmfa obi aba ani yɛn mpanyinfoɔ na yɛda ano no nso yɛn nso omi na yɛ mma nti yɛn nso finkyim na yɛde yɛ adwuma no nti yɛbɛsrɛ sɛ obiara nso ɛnyɛ yɛnhyɛ ne sapo mu so hu sɛ sɛdeɛ te no ɛna saa na ɛbɛba.
Hello, please, good afternoon. Please, may I know your name and your role in this election?
I'm working as an IT support.
Okay, so since you are the IT department, has there been any difficulties about the internet and the number of computers you guys are using?
No, on the technical level, we don't have any issue with the internet because we are not even going over the internet. We are doing it offline. So
I see.
Yes.
Okay, so please can you take us through the process, like the process that one needs before he or she can vote?
Okay, so first you have to verify that you are not someone else from the desk there. Then after verification you log in and then you vote. There are two interfaces, one that you vote for the general election and one for the GCRC.
Oh, okay, sure. So, I learned one needs his or her student ID before he or she can go through the process.
Some people can just open their portal and then show it to the verification officers and they'll be able to verify it. So you don't necessarily have to have it.
Okay, so concerning the IT part, comparing last year's and this year's elections, how has the process been?
Last year I wasn't part.
Oh, okay.
Yes, last year I wasn't here, so I just joined this year.
So for this year's own is okay.
Everything is okay.
All right. Thank you for the updates. Good morning, sir. Please, we would like to know your name and your role in the election at the Oval.
Okay, I'm Dr. Tvucc, the senior auditor for the hall and doubling as the electoral commissioner for the hall.
Oh, okay, thank you, please. Please, since the election started, has there been any difficulties or how has the process been like?
So far, everything has gone on well. I think the only problem at the beginning was the connections, but then after everything was set up, from 9 o'clock when we started, there has not been any hitch. Everything has been going on smoothly.
Oh, okay.
So we started actually at 9 instead of starting at 7.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. So, so far, how many voters has cast their ballots?
Okay, so I know it should be in the neighborhood of 290 thereabouts counting. This morning, the turnout hasn't been that massive, but I assume that because some of the students are still having lectures, so they are just trickling in. So we are hoping that probably from the afternoon, That is when we'll have more of them completing their lectures for the day, then they can come.
Okay, that's a great answer. Please, any last words for the candidates or the voters who are ready to?
Okay, thank you. So the words to both candidates and agents, and let me even extend to their polling agents as well.
Okay.
The fact that we are having an election is not a do or die affair. So they need to be relaxed and hope that the system will go on smoothly, and that they should know that there is no management member who is interested in any candidates. And so things will go as expected. So they should feel relaxed.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Please, good morning.
Good morning.
Please, what's your name and your role in this election happening at
Okay, so my name is Dr. William Edgley. I'm one of the verification officers.
Okay, so please, we would like to know how the process has been so far. Have you been facing any difficulties or any other issues?
So for the verification, I think everything has been very smooth. So as you can see, there's a gentleman here who ushering the students in. So when the student will come here, what we do is that we ask of your ID card, you show us your ID card, you mention your index number, and key your index number into.
So that will be the process that the students are supposed to go through before they can press.
So you key your index number, then it will verify your name, they will ask of your date of birth. Once you enter on date of birth, then you tell us whether you have been verified. So once you are verified, you go to the next stage where you put the ink and go and
Okay. So has there been any issue where a student has not been able to cast their votes due to all these verifications?
Yeah, so you know that you're supposed as a student, you're supposed to register at a particular time.
Okay.
Because if you're not able to register before that time, then your name will not be captured
I see.
in the system. So you are surprised we have not encountered that because only one student who came and we couldn't find his name on the system. Unfortunately, not knowing that he was an 8-year holder, so we couldn't vote. So we asked him to go to.
This is my first time hearing.
So we asked him to go to 8 years to go and vote. That is the only thing.
Thank you very much. Please, is there any last words or any last advice for the candidates who are yet to vote?
Yes, so just encourage them that the process is very smooth. Initially, when they started, some of the students, because of the use of their date of birth, I think they were having issue, but I think everything has been sorted out, everything is moving on smoothly. So when you come here, you not even spend so much time to vote. So I encourage not to sit in their room, so you come out and quickly vote with you. Yes.
Thank you. Hello, sir. Good morning. Please, what's your name and your role in this election?
Okay. My name is Deborah Sama, head of IT support. I'm in charge of the election at Tvucc.
So, please, since you are in charge of the IT session, we would like you to educate us a little through the process.
Oh, okay. Now, the election is of twofold. We have the JCR election and we have the SRC election. But with the couple, the election said that we are doing it at the affiliated halls. So if you are Ogua Hola, you can only vote at Ogua. If you are at ATL Hola, you can vote at ATL. And the setup too in such a way that we've done it at intranet. Meaning we are not on the internet, that's wherever you are, you can vote. So only our network, the client computers that we've connected to the machines are capable to vote within Ogua Hall. And we've set up two phases. One where the main voting is taking place. Okay. We have an agent there that we've done a public view so that those who are voting, they can keep track and count the aspirants that they are voting for. Then we have the strong room And at the strong room too, that's where they have another agents that monitor the actual voters and the number that comes so that they know. And when they get there, we take away all their phones so that they can communicate with those outside the room so that they will be transparent
in the system.
and we don't come into it unless we have technical issues or technical challenge. But so far so good. Since we started, you know.
Okay. So I can see you've been in charge of the ICT center for a long time.
Oh.
So I hope you've not been facing any difficulties, or have there been any difficulties in the process, or
We were supposed to start at 7, but you see, because we don't have the number of client computers, the hall had their own server that we use, they bought it, but the other client computers, they ask the students to bring their laptops so that we set it up for the system. And when they come, some may not have Ethernet port, so we have to go and look for additional Ethernet port to be able to connect to the network. Then others too, they are logging. They will not give you the login, but they just hand over your machine. So those are the small changes that delay the process of starting. But since it started,
so since technology is vast now, wouldn't it be much easier for them to like cast the votes on their phones while they are at their various or Zoom something or?
Yeah, initially the head of MIS was even suggesting they should have done it on the internet. Okay, but our people is a trust issues. Even this one crowd that is intranet, they were even complaining that someone can go and be at a small room and vote for someone. Someone is trying to change the system. If you go to the strong, you see we have the total vote cast and each individual votes. We had a slightly that those who are skipping, we were not counting them, so they were saying it wasn't tally. But when we refresh and update, and they realized it was tallying. So because of trust issues, it's very difficult for them to understand that someone have not manipulated the system. If it's going for him, he is happy. If it's not going for him, then it will. You at the end of the video, you see them raising queries. No, they've cheated me. Someone else has what, but as the system is there running. So as any system that you implement it in phases. Okay. So now with the phases, we are doing it in the pilot phases. When the trust comes in and everybody is comfortable with the system, then we tell them that we are moving through the internet so that wherever they are. And one issue that we also anticipated is that when you do it like that, people will try to steal other people their login. So that's why we want them to come. The senior hall tutors that are familiar with the students, they verify them and know that this is my core student, so that no one will vote for another person. So that's why for trust issue, that's why.
Thank you very much for the updates.
You're welcome.
What's your name and your level?
I'm Happy Hache, become procurement level 300.
So is there any role that you are playing in this session?
Yes, one of the agents for one of the aspirants.
Oh, I see. So how has the process been so far?
I think since we started, it has been fair and transparent to me. That's what I think. We had some few challenges, but when we made a complaint, it resolved it, so we are comfortable. As you can see, we are all comfortable and laughing. As we wish for the best candidate.
So can you add more about the challenges that you
had? Actually, when we started from the beginning, the result was coming, but we were having some small challenge between the total vote cast when we compared to when the individual votes, when some it wasn't tallying. So we have to consult the technician, then he came in quickly to get his result. So as you can see, the total vote is quality with what we have.
So since then, there hasn't been any.
There hasn't been any other.
do you have? What are your last words? Is there any last words? Or
Oh,
I hope you believe that this thing will win.
oh sure. No, I believe that my husband will win.
Okay.
I have
Oh,
faith, yes.
how? So your last words?
My last word to all the aspirants and everybody watching is we believe in our aspirants.
Okay.
Then we should allow the exam to flow. The exam is very transparent and the best candidate will win.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Hello, good morning. Please, what's your name and your role in this election?
My name is Eli Mandi. I'm a candidate officer in the hall.
Oh, okay. So, please, will you kindly enlighten us on the essence of this rule?
Okay, so since the election is going on, the black ink here is supposed to, how to say, verify those who have already taken their vote, so that there will not be a double vote.
Okay, so were you here last year?
Yes.
So, comparing last year and this year's election, how has the process been?
Okay, so I'll say the process has still been the same.
Okay.
If
No difficulties. No. So, thank you very much.
So we are still live at the DD Kupoli TV studio of the Campus Broadcasting Services Center, where we are still discussing all the issues and matters arising concerning this year's 2025 elections for the JCRC, local NUCs, SRC, and of course GRASAG elections. And my name is Onesifero Sobobi. I'm still here with my co-host Cora, and we'll be talking about her experience. You know, it was her first time going out, and she's going to share that experience with us going out for the first time. But you can send your messages to us on 0275 14 49 49. 0275 14 49 49. And as we await the Electoral Commission and some of the stakeholders or members from the Office of the Dean of Students here at the University of Cape Coast to give us the certified results so we know who is the winner. Who has been your choice from day one? Has it been NK team, or perhaps it's J Hope, or even it is the Cover Ghana or Team Kudu? Send your messages to us on 0275 14 49 49. 0275 14 49 49. You can also go to our YouTube page and send us a message on our YouTube page. Of course, you can also go to our Facebook page and do send us a message over there, and we will read them for you. So for WhatsApp and SMS is 0275 14 49 49. So we are currently waiting for the EC chairperson to declare the results so that we know who won and who will constitute the 63rd Student Representative Executive Council of the University of Cape Coast. Cora.
Right. So, is it safe to just say the time? Currently 2:05 though, and we are still live streaming for the love we have for TVUCC and for the students of University of Cape Coast. Yeah, so we are still waiting on the results to be declared officially, but I'm sure by now voting has ended, results have been collated, and we are yet to see
everything in declared by the official, and that's what we are waiting for right now.
So I'm so certain voting has ended in all the polling stations.
Yes.
But the results, that's what I can't really say much about. But let's look at you. Today, no, is I say today? Yesterday
Yes.
happened to be your first experience covering the elections. Now, how was the feeling like?
Like I said earlier, it was chaotic, but it was very interesting. I got to know what people think of the elections. I mean, I had a good time at Casford, so people who haven't watched that video should check it out on YouTube. I think the boys were very receptive. They were very nice. Everybody, in as much as they're kind of shying away from the camera, but they still brought the energy to the table, and I really liked it. And yes, okay, so are you going to explain the mannerisms and the facial expressions because I don't understand. But yes, like I said, it was very chaotic. We went to old sites.
But when you say chaotic, I've heard you repeat it
Yes.
for like the umpteenth time.
Yeah,
When you
okay.
say chaotic, what's your definition of chaotic?
My definition of chaotic is like people campaigning last minute for their favorite candidates, hoping it has an impact on the on voters' decisions. I think it's that's the kind of chaotic because I kind
But
of
that's not chaotic.
it was for me though because it's like everybody.
But chaotic creates an impression of extreme aggression that leads to violence.
Some of them were actually violent though.
Hey.
Some of them were aggressive. Okay, not violence, but some of them were aggressive. Like in as much as I want you to vote for my candidate, then they'll hold you. Oh, please listen to me. Oh, please, I have this to say. Oh, vote this one number one. Like it's kind of a lot going on in your head, and I come to add to my troubles. Like I'm not really. I don't really. I don't think it's the best thing to do during. I think the last minute of an election. I don't think.
I mean, aside today, in all your 4 years being on campus, have you ever had that experience before?
Oh yes, like I've been voting. I've been voting for like I'm in my 400 years, so in my 4th year. So sorry.
Hey,
hey come on, though. I'm old.
We've got some grandmas with us here. Grandma Kura.
I'm in my 4th year.
So what was the Sagrenti war like since you are 400 years?
I could have said a lot, but because of time, let's just So I'm in my 4th year, so that means I've been experiencing this for like 4 years, and it's been the same. How students campaign last minute. I don't know if it has an impact though. I would have to conduct a research, do my data analysis, and then collect data and all that to find out if it has an impact on a student's decision. But at the end of the day, like I said, aside even students trying to coerce you into voting for their favorites last minute, aside that, everything else was smooth. The process was very fast. A candidate will not spend more than 10 minutes voting in the election room. I don't think he spent more than 10 minutes. Yes. And so, like I said, the process was smooth. The challenges, aside the site delaying and connectivity and everything, smooth process for me. So, yes.
I think with your research, Codio and CDD can give you funds to do that research.
Yes. I'll be grateful.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll be very grateful. Right. So yeah, we visited a couple of halls. It's like the energies in different halls. Like Adisha Hall, very soothing, very calm. Everywhere was serene. But you come to Casford, it's like the opposite. Everywhere was very wild. The boys were very energetic. I like this though.
No, wait. Now you are giving two contrasting scenarios. I said first they were very receptive, they're very calm.
Yes.
And now you are giving us a totally different
for Casford.
Yeah, for
yes,
Casford.
They were very receptive. I mean, their energy was matching what I had in mind. Like when I think of Casford, that was what I went to experience.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And that was your first time there?
Yes, that was my first time entering Casford Hall. I've been in the school for 4 years. I don't even know what the entrance of Casford Hall looks like. And this was my first time.
It's not strange. I was also in school for 5 years. I think it was until my national service before I entered Adisha Hall.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I had friends there, but I don't know.
Oh, okay.
It was difficult for me entering, yeah.
So you were the shy type?
Extremely shy type. So sometimes I look at myself and I realize a lot of things have changed about me. But it's part of growing up. It's part of growing up. Sometimes the things you cherish as a young person, at a point in time, you lose that due to exposure from different levels and from different reasons. And then you become a totally different person.
Yeah.
And then you begin to ask yourself, when did I change? But hey, you can share your thoughts with us on 0275 14 49 49, 0275 14 49 49. You can also send us a message on our Facebook page and on our YouTube page. This is still the UCC Decide conversation that we are having here at the DD Kupoli TV studio of the Campus Broadcasting Services Center. So we'll take a listen to the local NUCS aspirants or candidates and some of the promises they made when it was time for them to read their manifestos. Remember that if this is the first time you're watching us, you can comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. After subscribing, don't end there. Hit the notification button. So video, you will be the first person to get a notification. Let's go and see what the local NUCS president aspirants also promised their constituents.
In my manifesto, I outlined a vision for inclusive and an altruistic local NUCS for a rapid development and growth. As we zero in on innovation, sustainability, and student welfare, I'm confident to the bone that together we can achieve greatness and make our institution a beacon of excellence for generations to come. I always say that I'm an ardent believer in leadership of service, and currently serving as the hall president for the University Halls Housing Medical Students, the deputy scholarship and internship chairperson for UCC Local NUCS, a member of the National NUCS Publicity Committee, a member of the SRC 22nd Parliamentary Council, and a member of the 63rd SRC Executive Council. I believe all these experiences and others have given me the prerequisite skills to hold this position. Mr. Chairman, when I'm given the mandate to serve as the next local NUCS president, below are the life-transforming policies I will implement to elevate students from their plight. They include the scholarship policy, the Know Your Entrepreneurs Initiative, the NUCS Drive Initiative, the Skills Training Initiative, and the Shewa Dream Policy, respectively. Firstly, I will highlight on the scholarship initiative. I believe that students deserve access to quality education, regardless of their financial constraints. The motto of NUCS says, education is a right, not a privilege. And I'm committed to upholding that. To support academic excellence, I promise to bring more scholarship packages into the system to allow as many students as possible to access these scholarships. When we go to schools like KNUST, they have enhanced scholarship schemes like MasterCard scholarships on board. And these are privileged students in KNUST and other institutions. I believe that we can engage key stakeholders to ensure that we bring scholarship packages like MasterCard scholarships to campus. My mission is to recognize and reward academic achievement, ensuring that financial struggles do not hinder students' success. The Primo-led administration will be poised and determined to ease financial burden on students. Mr. Chairman, through the Know Your Entrepreneurs Initiative, I am committed to creating a platform for student entrepreneurs to showcase their innovative ideas and compete for startup capitals. When I'm given the nod to serve as the next UCC Local NUCS president, my vision is to foster innovation, creativity, entrepreneurship, and also provide students with the necessary support and skills to turn their ideas into successful ventures. I believe in empowering students to become job creators. Colleague students, as though this is not enough, I present to you the NUCS Drive initiative. This seeks to incorporate interested students with a skill of driving and driver's licenses by collaborating with key stakeholders. A minute, okay. Key stakeholders to ensure that they are given at subsidized prices. In addition, the local news will continue with the activities of the current local news secretariat and improve upon them. As we are venturing more into technological era, IT skills training will be more equipped, broadened, and encouraged for students. The local news secretariat will also ensure more skills training such as soap making, hair braiding, and others are also added to train students. To conclude, I will add on the Chewaju initiative, where online forms will be circulated periodically to solicit for students' concerns and table it at NUCS meetings, and also incorporate institutions in Cape Coast in local news activities. I believe that you are the focus. Ladies and gentlemen, aside incorporating institutions in Cape Coast in local news activities, I mentioned our advocate and implement the scholarship policy, skills training policy, the Know Your Entrepreneurs initiative, and also the NUCS Drive initiative, and also the Chewaju initiative.
All right, time
fellow
out.
students, ladies and gentlemen, let's let the name, the NUCS Primo, resonate in our minds day and night as we embark on this journey together. A rain for Primo is a rain for NUCS and a rain for all. The NUCS Primo is number 2 on the ballot screen, and come 2nd July, look no further. Vote the NUCS Primo as your next local news president, and I believe that together we can bring local news closer to all. Long live UCC, long live NUCS, long live Ghana. Thank you very much.
A manifesto.
Is a dummy. That is a judgment that I would leave to you. You're still watching us on TVUCC Live. We're live on YouTube. I'm also live on ATLFM 100.5 megahertz. And we're preparing the way for the Electoral Commission so they can join us and declare the certified results so we can know who is who is the SRC president, who is the coordinating secretary, who is the organizing secretary, who is the local NUCS president, who is the public relations officer of the SRC. Of course, at the various JCRC levels, for those who had the various results, provisional results at that level, I'm sure that they well do know that there's a certainty or a likelihood much that they are going to win those seats. But for those who run for the general SRC portfolios, just as of course you need certification from the Electoral Commission, they would need to get that certification before they can hold themselves the positions that they vied for. You can send us your message on 0275 14 49 49. You can equally call that same number, and you can go on to our Facebook platform and on our YouTube platform and send us a message there. We are going to read for you. Cora, I don't know if you particularly took note of some of the things NUCS Primo said, and then let's highlight some key aspects of it and see how real. You know, in PDF's remarks, it says that sometimes some of these student leaders do not know what they are saying. They have basically a little idea of what it would take to make some of their policies work. Let's go into his policies.
Right, so unlike the SRC presidential candidates, he had about 4 to 5 policies, and the SRC, they were looking about almost more than 10, almost like a 20. But he talked about scholarship packages for students who have financial constraints in, affording their tertiary institution fees, and they have these scholarship packages for students that need the financial aid. So they also have skills training. So people who have the entrepreneurial mindset and would like to pursue like anything in entrepreneurship, they have skills training. They have it underway that they can help students with that initiative as well, for students who want to start a business. and also Nooks Drive. So students who want to learn how to drive. So if you're a student, you want to learn how to drive, you want to get a driver's license, they'll partner with other agencies, reduce the price, and so that students can learn how to drive and have their own driver's license. And then Trewadri, he came up with another policy titled Trewadri to solicit for consent. So if you're a student and you have a concern you want to put to the student's body, you reach out to them through this initiative. So these were the few initiatives or policies he decided to include in his manifesto. So hopefully, yes, hopefully he's able to win and do that for local Nooks SR UCC. Yes. Right.
I was trying to look out for the role of the local nooks
Yeah.
and what they are supposed to do for students. And I think among some of their key responsibilities include advocating for students' rights, influencing education policies, and providing support and resources. But sometimes I listen to some of their presidential aspirants, and what I get is they are more into facilitating student loans. They are more into facilitating passports
Yeah.
and attaining or getting driving licenses, which is not bad. But what is their role? What is their total contribution? Are they sliding away from these responsibilities that they ought to do? Or is there National Union of Ghana students? And anytime there's a union, unions are supposed to cater for the right, advocate for the rights of their members. So, in terms of advocacy, how much are his plans into the manifesto? Did we see a lot of that in his manifesto?
Well, like I said earlier, he didn't have a lot of policies, but from what he stated here, yes, he has something advocating for concerns. He was soliciting, if a student has a concern, you'd like to put it out to, a larger audience. Trewadri initiative is there for you. So I think that was something he decided. So maybe you have a concern you want to put out. He will advocate on your behalf, maybe based on your concern. I
So
think
you are trying to...
Yeah, I think it fits. It kind of fits there.
No. But did he say that if he put those concerns out, he was going to work on them?
Well,
or you are trying to...
yeah.
Perhaps, okay, once you are putting your issues out, what's it for?
Yeah,
okay,
what
obviously
is it for?
me to work on it.
Yes, because you then what is the initiative for then? I'm sure it's because
Maybe you want a space to vent your spleen.
He will find then I don't see that as a work of maybe the local Nooks president. Maybe if you want to voice out your spleen, you can do it on social media. But he decided to do it as an initiative, as a policy for
maybe if you do it on
so.
social media, it may not to him. Maybe it may not reach the management. So then he's a channel. Do it through him, and then he can take you to management.
Yeah, so he is also, that is fine. That is an intermediary. So he is going to transfer your views or give it to someone else who can provide solutions. So he just serves as like a connection. So I think he would like to do something. I don't know why I'm defending him so much. Like I go explain to you, but that is what I think he has for.
So once you begin working as Sergio Ramos or John Mensah,
I'm defending too much.
Yeah, when you start the John Mensah and Sergio Ramos tactics,
yeah,
it only tells me one thing.
Well, what does it tell you?
It only tells me one thing.
You have to.
Let's look at his other policies.
No. we have to unpack that.
So let's look at his other policies.
Yes. So he talked about Nooks Drive, driver's license. So students who would like to attain a driver's license, would like to know how to drive. This is an initiative being brought in by the local Nooks candidate, which was Nooks Primo. Yes, that was his teaser. Um, so I think it's also a
Yeah, not
brilliant
a bad
initiative.
initiative,
Yeah.
yes. There's at least some basic things that everyone, or basic skills that everyone ought to acquire. Is, I mean, learning how to drive.
Yes.
If you know how to drive, it helps a lot. I know of some friends who have had a competitive edge over other colleagues from other places because they could drive. Some jobs demand that you should know how to drive. For instance, if you want to be an actor at an international level, you should know how to drive.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
You should know how to drive. It isn't in every scene that they are going to use what we call a double for you. Basic things. It makes the shot natural. It makes the directing natural. It makes the blocking natural. So if you know how to drive, it's a plus for you. So yes, I feel inclined towards the driving policy. Beyond that, what else did he also talk about?
Yeah, so he also talked about the entrepreneurship skills training. So anybody who has a skill, maybe you know how to braid hair, you know how to sell clothes online, you want to start a business, but you don't have the requisite knowledge to do so. He is therefore he's going to organize skills training. So maybe how to apply makeup, how to market it, how to make a business out of it, how to braid hair, how to market it, how to make a business out of it. So these are the initiatives he decides to, bring when he wins or when he becomes victorious. So in entrepreneurship skills training, I think this one is also a good initiative.
But let me ask this question. I'm feeling sleepy.
Okay.
And then you tell me, oh, let's get home. When we get home, I'll give you a place to rest. Okay. I follow you home. And then you tell me, you see, rest is a very important aspect of life.
Yeah.
You start giving me lectures on rest. You see, as a man or as a human being, you have to rest at least 8 or 7 hours, or even sleep 6 or 7 hours. And after telling me all these things, teaching me the importance of rest, you don't give me a place to sleep. Has the process made sense or been completed?
He doesn't give you a place to sleep.
Yes.
There is a hotel. Supposed to give you a place.
So the whole idea behind this anecdote is that skill training,
I do understand.
skill training is fine. But
yes.
Beyond that, are you going to teach me how I can raise funds
Yes.
to start my business? Are you introducing me to how do you call it, investors? You get it? Are you talking to industry players who would come and make funds available? Because if you teach me the skill and it demands that I need the capital to start and I don't have that capital, yes, I have a skill. That skill is not being monetized. Then it's no skill at all.
Well, I think that makes a lot of sense, but some things are there. Well, okay. If you do not have maybe the capital to start a business, I would say you first start with something you can't start with money. Because I've started a business before, I didn't start with money. And I'm not going to even sound like Richard Niamakwe or something. I'm not even trying to sound like a
let's hold on
about
with the names.
5,000 plates. I'm not about to sound
Let's
like
hold
that.
on with the names.
Right.
Now, I'm interested in your business. Maybe it could also open financial doors for me.
Okay, so with the business I started with a friend, the electoral commissioner you saw, at Hadeshoho, I don't know if it's, you can watch the video on YouTube. So it's called the beauty plug. We started a business. It's like an importation business. We import from China, Nigeria.
I got cash.
Well, no. So I handed the business to her because it was tedious. So this is what we did. You pay before we order the things for you. So we literally went online to learn how to order from Nigeria and China, but we didn't have the money. So all we did is based on pre-order. So We created a group. We had to move. We went to Ogwa Hall room by room. That was level 300. Each room, and there are lots of rooms at Ogwa Hall. We knocked on every single person's door. Can we get your contact? We took their contacts. We created a WhatsApp group. We added them to the platform. All this, I didn't spend money. You can literally walk from your hostel to old sites to even get these contacts. We took the numbers. We created a WhatsApp channel. We added all these students on the platform. Then we started posting. We see this thing on and the China site we order from. We see it there. We take a screenshot. We post it in the group. Someone will text you, "Oh, I like this. Oh, I like this. I'd like to buy 2 of this." But you pay before you order. So you send them money, then we place your order for you. We get our profits out of the things we've posted in the group. So we didn't even start
Anyway,
with
where's
one
my share?
CD. Where's your share?
Yeah.
So at this point in time, I will talk about it after after everything is said and done. So yes, we didn't start with money. I'm not trying to sound so cliche, but
Yes, but
that was
I agree with you. Yes, in that line of business, you
Yes.
didn't start with money, but there are some businesses you want to do cake and craft.
yes,
Your client at least must see you do something.
that's true.
So you definitely need money. At least do a cake, get a picture posted. If it's a cupcake, if it's turnovers, you need to do it. Get pictures posted on your Instagram account, on TikTok, even on your WhatsApp status and all that. If you do not have the capital, how then do you start a business?
How do you start a cake business
Without capital?
without capital?
Unless you have a client who believes in you so much. Oh, I believe in Cora so much. I've never seen her bake any cake, even not a biscuit. I've never seen her bake any biscuits.
Okay.
Or even prepare cocoa beverage. And I have so much confidence in her bakery abilities. And on my wedding day, I give her the contract. It hardly happens.
It hardly happens, right? That's true. So that's what I'll say to the person, that maybe you can start by asking money from your parents. If your parents don't have external family, if the external family don't have, then the money you get and you come to school, you save. You don't spend everything. So no, as little as it might be, if you really want to make extra money, you have to save. So I believe that if you really want to make extra money, you have to save. You have to put the money
Anyway,
down.
I'll tell you my story. But before I tell you my story, let's go and watch the final video of local Nooks president aspirant. And when we come back, we'll get to know whether it's NK team, whether it is J-Hope, whether it is Team Kabagana,
Yes.
or it is Team Kudus. Stay with us after this video.
A manifesto to be read by Samuel A.J. Anderson, a candidate for the office of the local Nooks presidency. The chair, all protocols duly observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Samuel A.J. Anderson, an affiliate of Ogwa Hall, a student from the Center for African and International Studies, and also a candidate for local Nooks president. In the words of Mahatma Gandhi, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. I stand before you with a clear vision, grounded in action and impact, and I am ready to serve. I present to you the Big Six, a bold, student-centered agenda that reflects our shared challenges and aspirations. Given the nod, the local Nooks under my administration would promote entrepreneurship and skill training. In today's world, education alone is not enough. My administration will create an entrepreneurial hub, a space where seasoned business minds will train, inspire, and mentor student entrepreneurs. We will also offer practical skill training in areas like photography, makeup, artistry, fashion designing, baking, and more, helping students earn while they learn. Our platform will also promote student-owned businesses, turning passion, into profit. Secondly, the accommodation dialogue. We are all feeling the burden of high hostel fees. We are also in an institution where we pay high fees than tuition. And so I always ask myself, are we here to learn or we are here to sleep? Coming on board, under my administration, the local NUCs together with the SRC will engage hostel managers and university authorities in serious conversations to advocate for fair and reduced accommodation fees. Also, we would want to have engagement with the school's management, letting them know that over time our population has increased and therefore there would be the need for us to increase accommodation facilities here on the university campus. This means we would have to build annexes, if possible, of the various halls. Again, the local NUCs would establish scholarship support desks. Every year, hundreds of scholarship opportunities go on tap. We will establish a scholarship support desk to search, publicize, and assist students in applying for local and international scholarships. We won't have to walk this path alone. We will walk it together. Furthermore, the local NUCs would create UCC internship hub. Let's bridge the gap between theory and practice. My administration will lobby for internship slots from companies and organizations specifically for UCC students. We will connect students to opportunities that prepare them for the job market. Furthermore, the local NUCs would organize personal and training development, personal and career development training. Our future is too important to leave to chance. We will introduce career development programs to build your CVs, sharpen your interview skills, guide your career path. We will organize career fairs, mentorship, and personal development seminars to make sure you are not just graduating but ready for life after school. Finally, the local NUCs will advocate for early disbursement of student loans. Delays in loans disbursement hurt real students with real needs. I will work closely with the Student Loan Trust Fund and National Student Leadership to push for early and predictable disbursement of student loans, because no student should suffer while waiting for financial support. Fellow students, this is not a campaign. It is a movement for action, for change, and for you. The Big Six is not a dream. It is a plan, and with your support, it can become a reality. Vote for Anderson on the 2nd of July, number 1 on your ballot screen, as your next local NUCs president.
It is a movement, and of course, very soon we would know if that movement would yield any positive results. Number 1 on the screen doesn't mean that he was number 1. Well, these are the decisions you, the students of the University of Cape Coast, made. We'll take a quick break, and then when we are back, we know who takes what, who assumed what, and what happens to who. This is TVUCC, and my name is Onesifero Sobobi. Let's go for a break, and when we are back, we have the Electoral Committee here to do the final declaration. Stay with us. So you're welcome to UCC Decides 2025. This is our official coverage of the elections for the academic year 2025-2026 that seeks to usher in or select these leaders for the 63rd Executive SRC Council here at the University of Cape Coast. I've been joined in the studio by the chairman of the Electoral Committee, and then of course by the Dean of Student Relations here at the University of Cape Coast, the person of Professor Daniel Apak, and the Electoral Committee chairman is Professor Kwesi Opoku Buedu. Good morning, sirs.
Good morning.
It's I know it's been a tough day from yesterday.
Yeah.
Right up to today. And finally, Ede Agrono Ebanere.
Yes.
So I hope it's all has been well, even through these difficult moments.
Yes, I would say all has been well. We thank God. We just got our last results coming in from one of our halls, and by the grace of God, all the results came in as expected, and we put our coalition together, and we are here to let the university community know who our new leaders are.
All right, Prof. So you have the floor.
All right, so we had our election today to usher in our 63rd SRC leadership, local NUCS SRC leadership. And so we are here to announce to the university community the winners of this election. So I will quickly go to the portfolios, and then I will announce the winners. So we will start with the General Sports Secretary. 2 contestants competed. They were Mr. Awudu Abubakar Sadiq and Miss Lovia Bonsu Ajay. At the end of the poll, Miss Lovia Bonsu Ajay was elected with 7,228 votes, representing 54.317%. So the General Sports Secretary-elect is Miss Lavia Bonsu Ajay. The next position I'll talk about is the SRC Women's Commissioner. Here too we had 2 ladies contesting. Miss Joycelyn Obiri Persang and Miss Rehinatu Tuna Alasan. At the end of the poll, Miss Rehinatu Tuna Alasan with the teaser Rehina was elected with a total vote count of 9,811, representing 72.5773%. So our incoming SRC Women's Commissioner is Rehina Tuna Alasan. The next portfolio is the SRC Public Relations Officer. We had 5 contestants. Mr. Andrews Thompson, Mr. Enyimedu Dente Daniel, Mr. Eleking Amoa, Mr. Kofi Kese, and Mr. Judah Kofi Emisa. At the end of the poll, Mr. Enyimedu Dente Daniel was elected with 452 votes, representing 33.8092% of the votes. So our elected SRC Public Relations Officer is Mr. Enyimedu Dente Daniel. The next position is the SRC Treasurer. Here too we had 4 contestants. Mr. Digraf Osei, Mr. Mustafa Said, Mr. Richmond Sechi Amano, and Mr. Stephen Eshon. At the end of the poll, we had Mr. Digraf Osei with the teaser name Digraf elected with 4,141 votes, representing 30.5406% of the votes. So our incoming SRC Treasurer is Mr. Digraf Osei. Then we look at the SRC Secretary. We had 2 ladies contesting for this position. Miss Elizabeth Owusua Bosompem and Miss Jemima Elom Ahiabo. At the end of the pool, Miss Jemima Elom Ahiabo with the teaser Mimi was elected with a total vote count of 8,290, representing 61.9906%. So Mimi, as she's popularly called, is the SRC Secretary-elect. Then we look at the local NUCS president. There were 2 gentlemen who contested for this position. Mr. Robert Opoku Donko and Mr. Samuel Ajay Anderson. At the end of the poll, Mr. Robert Opoku Donko was elected as the local NUCS president with a total vote count of 7,715, representing 57.5145%. Then we look at the SRC coordinating secretary. We had 2 ladies contesting for this position. Miss Jennifer Yawson and Miss Spendilav Osenyaku contesting. At the end of the pool, Miss Jennifer Yawson with the teaser Miss Jenny was elected with 6,779 votes, representing 50.924% of the votes. And then the ultimate, the presidency, the SRC presidency for the 2025-2026 academic year. We had 4 teams. I say teams because it is the president and the vice contesting. The first team, Mr. Abubakar Abdul Kudus and I think it's Peace. Peace. It's Pearl D. Soto. It's Pearl, not Peace. It's Pearl. Yes. And then we had Mr. Nicholas Calvin Agboni and Gifty, Miss Gifty Kaga Bawi. Then we have Mr. Kwame Ntiamwa Intim and Miss Deborah Jemfua. And then we had the 4th team as Mr. Jehoshaphat Yauke Inkum and Miss Regina Adenyo. They had their teaser names. I think we have Mr. Nicholas Agboni and Gifty as Cover Ghana. Mr. Abdul Kudus and Pearl as Kudus, Mr. Kwame Ntiamwa in team, and then Deborah Jemfua as in team fraternity, and then Mr. Jehoshaphat Yao K. Nkum and Regina Denyo as G-Hope. So these were the contestants. At the end of the pool, Mr. Kwame Ntiamwa in team and Miss Deborah Jemfua with the teaser name in team fraternity were duly elected with 7,354 votes, representing 54.0219% of the votes. So, ladies and gentlemen, our incoming president and vice president for the 2025-2026 academic year, we have the Intim Fraternity, Mr. Kwame Ntiamwa Intim and Miss Deborah Jemfua duly elected. Thank you.
All right, so it's a great pleasure, and we also say congratulations to all those who won their various portfolios, and we're also grateful to you. Looking at the time, it's almost 3 o'clock, 7 minutes to 3, and and you're on your feet, leaving your families to do work for God and country. We wish you a safe journey back to where you came from. And this is where we draw the curtains on our coverage from day one. Vetting, manifesto reading both at the studio and doing the face-to-face, and of course crowning it all with the early morning parade of the various halls, and of course ending here with this discussion and a declaration of results. It's been a pleasure coming your way. My name is Onesifero Sobobi. You heard from my colleague Cora Christabel Kuyamwa, and if it's the will of Jehovah, we come your way probably next year with the same career. Of course, we have series of programs that are student-centered coming your way from now till the end of the semester. You were live on TVUCC and, of course, on ATL FM 100.5 megahertz. We say bye-bye to you and good night. Good morning. Good morning.